He's serving as the Director of Research and Innovation at the National Defense College. Previously, he was Head of Peace and Security and Research. In terms of management, he has held various portfolios within KDF. Between 2011 to 2013, he was the Wing Commander at Laikipia Air Base, Kenya Air Force Base in Nanyuki. Between 2014 to 2016, he served as Junior Directing Staff at the National Defense College. 2017-2019, he served as a Colonel Border Security, the Defense Headquarters. 2021 to 2022, he served as a Colonel Inspectorate in Defense Headquarters. 2023 to 2024, Head of Peace Security Research Department at International Peace Support Training College and Twins Support Training College. And 2024 to 2025 is the Director of Research and Innovation. He has published a number of documents. Notably, let me just mention only three. Number one document that he has published, an overview of defense diplomacy in Kenya, African Research Journal and Education and Social Sciences. You can be able to refer. The other publication is Managing Conflicts in Africa and the role of leadership and governance, also published by the African Journal, the Democracy and Governance. And then the Defense Diplomacy Multilateral Cooperation Strategies, Strengthening Mutual Trust Among East African States, or published in the Strengthening Mutual Trust Among East African States, or published in the International Journal of Research and Innovation. So he is coming with a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge that we will wish to share this morning. In the panel, we will have the Adjunct Lecturer at the National Defense College, Colonel Dr. Stephen Anda. Let's clap for him. We will also have another panelist, Major Retired Samson Sorobit. Clap for him. So let's be ready to listen. I bring to you Dr. Brigadier Dr. David Ngoji Ngari. Let's clap for him as he takes the stage. Karibu sir.
Thank you so much. Once more, good morning. I believe the guys at the corner there can hear me. Good. Where do I start? From where we left last night? Or this morning night? You guys who should be looking at me, don't look down. If you look down, I'll know you are going. Don't go. If I'm not going, don't go. I know we were treated to a very sumptuous meal yesterday, and we all enjoyed. I enjoyed to my maximum, and I had to leave early. I know somebody was looking for me. Yeah, she has told me. Now I've already told you. Allow me to start by thanking Bwana Kirwa for that elaborate kind of introduction. I was asking Dr. Ngubito why they left my CV in the in the brochure. And actually, I think it is an oversight. But you know what? It's only a friend who can forget to introduce you. And that's how you know who is your friend. Let me start from somewhere and ask a question that I would like you to carry with you throughout my presentation. And this is a question that was asked many years ago by one professional scholar called Samuel Huntington. For those who have read, there's a book by this gentleman called The State and the Soldier. The Soldier and the State, sorry. And he asked, who guards the guardian? You guys are guardians of people. You are guardians of institutions of parliament. But who guards you? Ask yourself that question. Don't answer me. And if you want us to discuss that, if you have time, we'll come back to it. So allow me to start the presentation by telling you where I'm coming from. I know we have talked about National Defense University. You have heard the name, but maybe we don't know much about National Defense University. So I'll take just a little time to talk about National Defense University. How do I move my technology? Oh, I have to click there. Go back. Yeah. Now, National Defense University is a charter degree awarding institution. It was awarded charter in 2021 by His Excellency, former Honorable Muigai Kenyatta, and it is headquartered in Nakuru. That is our headquarters. It is mandated as a specialized, and it was the first specialized higher education university dealing with matters of defense, security, and strategy. And this university looks at integrating theory and practice. That's why its students are special. Allow me to use the word special. Now, we have several colleges, and also we have been so lucky that, I don't know whether the doctor from NIRU is here? National Intelligence Research University. National Defense Intelligence University was one of our colleges that, we gave birth to. However, we have National Defense College, you have heard about it, in Karen, which deals with security studies, matters of security, strategy, and policy. We have Joint Command and Staff College, still in Karen, that deals with issues of defense and strategic studies. This is more of an operational college because it deals with matters of war. It is a mid-level, we normally call it a mid-level college, where our students are between the age of 10 years in service up to 20 years in service. So it tells you this is a guy who has a lot of experience in the military affairs. Then we have Kenya Military Academy. This is the cadet school, as we have heard of it, in Nakuru. And that is the reason why the headquarters, that is the seat, is in Lanet, because it carries majority of our students. At any sitting, there are close to 1,000. It deals with issues of defense and security standards at foundational level, because they have to undergo the basic degree, that's a bachelor's, and they take 3 years, different from the other groups, because they are resident. Then we have International Peace Support Training Center. You have heard about it, which deals with all the courses of peacekeeping aspects, crisis and disaster management. In this college, we have a PhD, and this is the only PhD that has started, actually, as we are talking about. National Defense College, the PhD on national security, it is going to start, I believe, in around July there, this year. Then we have Defense Forces Technical College, which is an engineering and technical college for all our engineering. You know, call it maritime, call it aeronautical, mechanical, you know, electrical, ICT guys. This is a college. Then we have Defense College of Health Sciences. It is here in Memorial, and it is the one that deals with all the sciences of health, you know, nursing and everything. Then we have Defense Intelligence Academy. Now that NIRU broke off and became a university, we have one that we have brought on board. It has not actually started. It is also going to start in July, and this is intelligent. This is a Defense Intelligence Academy, DIA, which was School of Military Intelligence. This is where I grew, actually. You know, most of my stay in the forces, it was in the intelligence, and this is where I stayed most, here in Embakasi. It deals with matters of intelligence and research. Now, one which is not here is the Police Academy. Negotiations and collaborations are going on as we are talking. They want to be part and parcel of NUK, and actually it's on the final stage very soon as we start the year, the financial year, that is in July, very likely. Now, what do we offer? We offer doctoral degrees. Now, there are these two, one in IPSTC and one in ADC. The one in ADC has not yet started. It is supposed to start in July, as I said. Then we have master's degrees in national security and strategy, defense and strategic studies, you know, NDC, JCSC, then IPSTC and DIA, that is Defense Intelligence Academy. Then the undergraduate diploma and BSc, that is undergraduate and diploma, that is BSc and diploma and postgraduate diplomas, offered by KMA, DCHS, ICT, that is not ICT, DEFTEC and DCHS. They overhaul this. Now, again, we have strategic courses. These are capstone courses on strategic environment, on matters of security. We have been lecturing to our parliamentarian, mostly through NDC. So that is our college. That is our university. Now, who is the chancellor? The chancellor of our university is none other than the end of state. It started with the previous president, and today we have His Excellency Dr. William Samuel Ruto as our chancellor. And it is in continuity. Being an institution of strategic importance in the country, then we found it okay that the president will be the chancellor. Actually, in one of the clauses, he is not, the president or the chancellor is not supposed to miss any graduation. And if he misses, it cannot be derogated. So if you become a student, be assured you'll shake the hand of the president. The university has a university council. If you see on the guy seated there, And the chair of the University Council is none other than the Chief of Defense Forces. We have the service commanders, because this is where our students and participants are coming from. Then we have experts. We have professors and practitioners in that board. The Vice Chancellor, you see the guy there on the rightmost picture where we are doing graduation. The Vice Chancellor is the secretary to the University Council. Now, currently, we have Lieutenant General David Tarus, who is our Vice Chancellor. Then we have our staff and students. That photo there depicts our graduation. Doesn't it look good, really? Thank you very much. That's all about the university. If you have a question, we'll talk at the end. So allow me to go to the business of the day on issues of strategic importance of Parliament in national security theatre. What I will do is that, so that we have more time for the panelists, I will not dwell on most of the issues that I believe you know and I had them talked about yesterday. So what I will do is I will skip some of the issues that you know, but I will just highlight them. So, the strategic importance of Parliament in national security theatre is anchored in our constitution. That is the legal framework, the basic legal framework. And as we heard yesterday, based on the article that I portrayed there, the national security organ are subject to parliamentary authority. And the Parliament has powers, has powers over the security organs. Now, on county assemblies, the County Government Act 2012 grounds the county development functions addressing structural drivers of insecurity, particularly confronting emerging security threats related to competition exacerbated by climate change. Remember, we have had guys from, the northern part of the country, when they are hit by drought, they bring their livestock all the way to the coast and to part of eastern, lower eastern. And we have had issues there, but it is the counties that normally mitigate these issues. So more or less, the legislative or the National Assembly exercises formal powers in that case. Allow me again to say that the County Policing Authority is the formal mechanism linking the county governance to security operations. Now, when county assembly members participate in these authorities, they bring community perspective to security planning. More importantly, county assemblies control budget for basic services, okay? So research has showed that insecurities often emerge where governance fails. And I'll give you a case example outside our country. You have heard of a country called Mozambique. Have you heard of Mozambique? Mozambique is on the east coast of Africa. It has one of the longest coastlines. Mozambique is a very rich country, but one of its northern, allow me to call it province, called Cabo Delgado was marginalized since independence. And it did not get independence a long time ago. But what happened? It degraded to poverty and, insecurity in Tanzania without awareness of the government. Because there are no infrastructures. There are no government institutions. Public amenities unfailed. Nobody knew about it in the government. So for years, more than 15 years, the county was, the region was, like a jungle. So what happened is that when these international multinationals came to explore for resources in Mozambique, this was the richest part of Mozambique. Offshore oils and gases and inland minerals. The soil is so fertile and the area is so endowed with mineral resources. But no government official could enter there. To seeking for help from other African countries. One of the countries to take soldiers there was Rwanda. You have heard Rwanda have been Mozambique for quite a long time. Now they are discussing of withdrawing them because they cannot be able to support them. And actually they were not being supported by the international community. SADC moved their soldiers there. They could not be able to enter, They returned them. But they reorganized themselves once more and they have taken back the... Now, strategic importance of Parliament in national security theater. Now, allow me to elaborate that a little bit. When Parliament debates, amends, and approves security legislation, it confers legitimacy that enhances public cooperation with security agencies and reduces resistance to security measures. Now, national security policy, how is it formulated? Remember, members of Parliament come from different parts are very different from North Rift, are very different from the Mandera, are very different from Nyeri, are very different from Nairobi. But because of that representation on the floor of the House, each brings all those insecurity aspects that needs to be mitigated on the floor of the House. So each and every part of the country is represented when formulating the national security policy. Now, I believe most of these other issues you understand, but allow me to talk about strategic communication just a little bit, where we look at how the Parliament communicates most of the debates, most of the issues, to the society. We have a lot of hearing of whatever is happening in the Parliament to the society. We have communication of the government. That dispels fake news, misinformation, and disinformation. And it is of quite importance. Now, Parliament is the guardian of democracy, security. We know the constitutional oversight of the Parliament. And here we are looking at the aspect, the mechanism itself is through departmental committees, which I believe you know very well. And it functions through vetting appointees like the Inspector General of Police, the Director General of NIS, investigating human rights violations by security agencies. Mainly we have heard about internal. Do you know that the Parliament has got the powers to investigate the KDF peacekeepers when they are outside? Are you aware? It's because it has not happened to us because of, allow me to brag a little bit and say because of professionalism. It was mentioned yesterday by the Speaker Emeritus, David Eduro, and it was, I believe it was mentioned by the CS. We have to be proud about that. Personally, I've also to be proud about that. Most of the militaries, ask me, I've been in these missions. Most of the militaries that go and conduct themselves in a manner that does not carry any decorum, they are investigated by the UN and by their national government. And the Parliament actually oversights that. Thank God we have not degraded to that level. However, we know the Attorney General, is it the Attorney General or the what do you call him? The DPP, the Director of Public, is investigating the issues of police and the agency issues. Those are some of the constitutional mandate of the Parliament. Now, we know about the fiscal policy, that the Parliament has oversight on that. Then we have the aspect of balancing secrecy with accountability. Some of the salient issues here I can mention is where the security organ invokes national security to classify information. You know? So more or less, you don't want to be audited, but you classify it as national security. It is the Parliament that comes on board and says that can be classified as national, you know, something like that. And that's why we have the Parliamentary Committee on Defense and, you know, can't remember, Defense and Foreign Relations, yes. Therefore, the main role of the Parliament there is to balance the need for classified briefing against the public's right to know how security agencies operate. Remember Operation Leader Inji? For those who can remember very well, during Kibaki time, they went to Somalia. Did they have the parliamentary approval? What happened? There was a discussion and a big one. They had to come back, or they had to take the matters to the floor of the House for approval. What about the police contingent to Haiti? What happened? Did it have the parliamentary approval? Are you sure? It had to come back also. So that shows you the aspect of accountability of how the Parliament ensures that the security organs follow the rule of law. Now, on emerging and evolving security threats facing legislative institutions, here we are looking at core challenges, and we are looking at the aspect where the legislative security has moved beyond traditional perimeter fence. Not only looking at the issue of physical security not going away, we have now lumped in the issue of digital and information warfare. We have had the attack on parliamentary emails in 2025, where they woke up and they found somebody has got 1 million emails in your account. What do you do if you have 1 million emails? They are flooded. You cannot be able to access your information. So these are some of the issues. Now, the 3 dimensions that I would like to talk about, as I've said, the security of our Parliament is no longer just about wars and guards, as we have seen in the last year. The threats are now three-dimensional. We face a convergence of physical breaches. If you think about the 25th June 2024, digital attacks on our systems, and information war that seeks to undermine the very fabric of legislative discourse. So when you look at these aspects and how they have been manifested, then even examples are there. We need to rethink about how to manage security of our registration institutions. And therefore, our security framework must evolve to meet all 3 dimensions simultaneously. Now, the key vulnerabilities exposed by this. Now, look at where our national parliament and the Senate houses are located. and look at, these houses were built during colonial time. And look at the growth of Nairobi as a city and a capital city. Right now we have a whole expressway that passes right on the nose of the Parliament. And you guys are supposed to, you're supposed to secure that building. I was asking somebody yesterday, do we build a big wall that will separate us from the expressway, or what happened? Assuming somebody who is driving, and people drive very fast up there, just decide to throw something, it will come right inside where you are. What happens? Have you ever thought about it? So as we think about physical security, let's look at the emerging environment, how it has impacted on that physical security of the institution. Now, I'm using the Parliament and the Senate because I'm very conversant with them. But what about the counties where you are coming from? I know in Madeira they have built a very new house that houses the county assembly, which is very easy to man. Anybody from Madeira here? Somebody from Madeira? Oh, yes. A very nice building. Well, very far from the town. But the town has started now growing to once. Exactly. So, simply, what is going to happen when the rich guys come from wherever they are and they come and build skyscrapers next to the, These are the issues. Other counties, think about your area. If you look at the Gen Z problem, the Gen Z protest had no leader, nobody to negotiate with, nobody to mediate with, nobody to corroborate issues with. But here they are. In your county, how prepared are you physically on aspects of defense? Now, digital infrastructure. Yesterday it was talked about, so I'll not belabor on this. And then the aspect of pre-election threats multiplier, where we have heightened political activities and the spread of disinformation. And actually they come right into where you are guarding. So think about them and how some of the elements can exploit those political aspects. We have seen MPs fighting in the compounds of the Parliament. How do you react to that? What if their securities ran in and these are security, they are not police? What happens? Do you have the mandate to arrest them? And maybe the police are not near. We need to think about that. I'm putting those questions because there's something I want us to think about. So please carry them with you as I put them across to you. Now, what is the required response to this? We need a comprehensive security paradigm. We need to recognize that threats, disinformation, and borderless cybercrime are real, and they're here with us. So we must think. The implication here is that the sergeant at arms needs an integrated security paradigm, critically, which means the sergeant at arms security personnel must be equipped with new, broader skill sets. And this is not about investing in people who protect this institution through. This is not about upgrading the infrastructure, but training, investing in training of the sergeant at arms. The people who are involved. We can put all the best infrastructures, all the best cameras, all the best computers that there can be, but we need the skills of human beings. And this is what I'm saying. We know on how to invest on sergeant at arms who protect these institutions through rigorous, modernized training. Again, we need to recalibrate the security mandate. We need to develop a dedicated framework that distinguishes parliamentary security from general policing. I don't know whether you have understood me there. These are proposals we are making, that there is need for a dedicated registrative. When I say registrative here, sorry, I missed the word sergeant at arms. We need a dedicated sergeant at arms protection framework. And when I talk about framework here, I'm talking about legal framework that distinguishes parliamentary security from general policing. Remember what the Speaker Emeritus talked about yesterday. The policeman has no powers in that space of the parliament. He cannot arrest an MP. But the question is, do you have the powers? What if the guy has behaved in, is causing threat to, who guards the guardian? Then there's an aspect of enhancing intelligence and risk assessment. Now, here, I don't want to call it intelligence, but because I'm a military person, you'll allow me, I would call it information. I know even in UN, we use information, not intelligence, because intelligence has a bigger connotation, and it is oriented to the military. So let's use the word information, enhancing information and risk assessment, where we're looking at, we need to establish a dedicated register. What I mean by this is, in 2024, although these guys were protesting and we did not have a way of communicating with them or even negotiating or mediating with them, we would have had people to tell us, this is where they are, and they are coming. They are this number of kilometers away from the parliament. You guys prepare. They might break into the parliament. From what they are saying, this is what they are saying, they are likely to get into the parliament. Tell the MPs, because you secure the people inside there, you secure information, you secure, yes, it was an impromptu thing. It has never happened before. But this is that we need to think through. Can we have, normally in the military we say, we provide security in depth. When you say we provide security in depth, we normally say there is normally the inner core, and I use the National Assembly. If you look at the inner core of what is inside there, the people, the infrastructures, the computers, everybody who is in there, very key. That is the inner core of the parliament. Look at the parliament perimeter fence. It is a second defense line. But you need to have a third defense line where you gather information. Who is out there? For, with information gathering, it will be possible for you to know, to have a early warning in this aspect. So, again, we need to institutionalize public engagement. Now, yesterday you had also the Speaker Emeritus talk about getting involved with the society. And I think a question was also put across by a doctor who was talking about the issues of psychology. The issues of psychology, of do we have an impact of the institutions around whether the society can be able to identify itself with that institution? Do they know what happens in there? We are in Lanet, National Defense University, headquarters in Lanet. But how does Lanet people of Nakuru, how do they view us as an institution? Do we have any impact on them? this is the thing. In a way, and I'll borrow from where I'm coming from. You have heard whenever, by sharing the little medicine that the unit has been given, or by providing water. I know I've been involved in Kajiado training troops there for many years. And every time I will go there, my water bowser would provide water even to the animal, not only people. It would provide water to the people. When assuming we had not gotten closer to them, what happens? We need to think about that. Now, again, we need to think about accountability and oversight mechanism to formulate, by formulating a robust accountability framework, that the sergeant at arms must establish transparent protocols for use of force during protest. Remember what I talked about, the legal framework, with clear reporting lines to oversight the body. Now, allow me to talk about this policy-oriented recommendation to future-proof the sergeant at arms function. And here I'm looking at technological crisis preparedness, where we are talking about dedicated digital threat monitoring units, and we are looking at also the aspects of clear protocols distinguishing legitimate threat detection from unlawful surveillance. Now, what do I mean by that? You know, we have youngsters, and whenever they are moving around their phones, they go taking selfies, you know, and it has become very norm. It has become a norm to our youngsters. But can you differentiate between a youngster who is taking a selfie and a person who is surveying the parliament or the legislative institution? And imminent threat at that moment to the institution or to people or property that is inside there. This is the question we are putting across. Now, on social crisis management, we are looking at developing civil society liaison competencies within the Sergeant at Arms Office that enables early warning, detecting, or being able to identify or to get early warning through sustained civil engagement, rather than reactive fortification war, which runs on the, miles and miles. And guess what? History tells us that when this fortification was built and it was complete, and they said, now we can relax. 1 month, people were inside, and the whole dynasty was cleared. The same one that built that wall. We need to know what they're thinking. We need to know, they need to know what we are thinking and what we are doing, and we can influence how they think about us. Again, we need to institutionalize human rights compliance, crowd management protocols, because this is a new aspect. Remember, the protest rendered the traditional negotiation frameworks obsolete. As I said, there was nobody to negotiate with. Now, I had one person talk about, I think it's one of the registrators, talk about we need to condone the parliament by having, a no-go zone 100 meters away from the, think twice about that. Because there's likely of exacerbating citizen registrature alienation. And this, very likely, is exactly what one of the causes, if not the real one, that brought out the issue of Gen Z protest. Now, we need to think about also the political crisis framework, where we say you need to seek statutorily protected operational independence for the sergeant at arms with clear escalation protocols distinguishing routine protests management from national security threats. If you can be able to distinguish these two, and then there are mechanisms on how you can deal with it, then the better for you. And this is where you might require forces. You must have a way in which you can interlink with these security forces, because you can be able to identify this is a catastrophe that is likely to happen. So I need help. There are mechanisms. So we need to think through that. Again, we need to establish a dedicated legislative security fund. Here we are talking about, if you guys had an institution that flows from the National Assembly, the Senate, to the counties. I was trying to 47 counties with the two national legislative houses, and I was seeing, hey, this is a big force. And what came to my mind was, when we were formulating the Constitution, 2010, institutions were told, bring your issues, how you want them captured in the Constitution. Remember, the Constitution is the basic framework or the basic law of the country. But one institution was left out. Very learned, very educated, but they were left out. Who was to think for them? I'm a soldier, I'm not a doctor. You are a sergeant at arms, you are not a doctor. What happened? They were told this is the law. And I remember one of the lawyers in one morning comment in the TV saying, you guys who pretended to be very learned, very educated, why did you come and articulate your issues to be the Constitution so that you have a big body that deals with issues of health nationwide? Now, look at it from that aspect, and look at it, it has grown 47 times. Is it 47 or 46? Because now we have registered the Senate. The Senate was not there. Yeah? So from the National Assembly now to Senate and 47, from the National Assembly now to Senate and 47 counties. So see how big it has grown, 49 times, as he says. So is this the time that we should be thinking of having an entity that looks at issues of sergeant at arms as a profession that needs to culminate from where it was, a small bit of it, to the bigger entity that we're looking at? So you guys are in the you guys are in the National Assembly where these things are debated. It is only you people who can be able to influence that. Think through it. Then, it must have what I'm referring to here as a dedicated legislative security fund. In other words, you have your own AIE, appropriation to whatever, to incur expenditure. You allocated funds. So it becomes an entity that can be able to set their rules, norms, standards, doctrine of how things should be. So we should not be hearing of the case of, you remember the guy who talked about, he is the one in uniform, but somebody else has been sent by the governor to come and do his job. Are you getting that? So if you have that mandate, you have the legal framework that supports you, and there is an authority that really sees how the doctrine, the protocols, the standards, and the norms are supposed to be executed, then there you are. You'll be protected in one way or another. And nobody will come and tell you, oh, I've been sent. Who are you? Do you know even how sergeant at arms works? I Have you ever been trained as one? Who are you? You have heard when some civilians cross over into the military camps in military uniform. You have heard what happens. They are arrested immediately. And by the time they reach the police, nobody thinks of coming back. By the time they reach the police, by the way, what happens is that whatever he goes through, he will tell you, and he will never tell anybody. I was here in Bakassi some times back, training there, and a guy came with a beret and uniform, but the uniform was British. And the soldier noted very fast, he has the rank of a captain. He goes to the shop and does shopping, but the soldier follows the guy, and he sees whenever he is saluted by the soldiers, the guy is not responding. So he says, I've never seen this guy. What is his insignia? You know, every unit has got its own insignia. 7 Care, 5 Care, Air Force, Navy, they all have different insignia, and you can be able to tell. But these guys were picked. Within no minute, he was in the hands of those guys called military police. Ask him whether he can dare enter. When he was taken out, taken to wherever, went to court, and a general calls, commander calls and says, release the guy. He was enjoying the uniform. He was released, but ask him whether he can get. And the NUK, where the CPST is going to provide the specialized knowledge on parliamentary procedures, protocols, and unique registration procedures, protocols, and unique registrative environment, robust academic infrastructure. Okay, the issues of quality assurance mechanisms will come in, but remember the university does not go with the Kenya National Quality, Kenya National, what do you call it, Quality Authority. We normally fall under Commission of University Education that accredits our programs. Now, the key benefits here, the partnership is more than just training. It's about professionalizing a critical function within our parliamentary democracy by combining the CPST's unique understanding of the parliamentary environment with NUK's academic and accreditation authority. And therefore, we aim to build a world-class cadre of sergeant at arms. And when I talk about world cadre, Kenya has always been the first to think about issues in this region. NDC, let me go lower. KMA, Kenya Military Academy. Although it is started during those colonial era, it has been used by the regional countries all through. Today, we have people coming from all over the world. JCSC, Joint Command and Staff College, it used to be called DSC for those who know. Today, it is a regional center in the whole of Africa, and now it has gone to Asia and Europe. We have British, we have Germans, who are training here. We have Indians, we have Nepalese, we have Bangladesh, we have Malaysians, they are training here. What does that tell you? We were the first to start Defense Staff College. Today is Joint Command and Staff College. It was the first in the region, and it has advanced beyond that of South Africa. It has advanced beyond that of Nigeria. It's advanced beyond that of Egypt. We have nationals from across the board. Then why can't we also build one? A sergeant at arms institution that can be a referral to the whole of Africa. It is possible. The first one is a tiered one, where we are looking at the pathway that allows an officer to start with a certificate and progress all the way to a degree. We have the institution like IPSTC that offers certificates. We have institutions like KMA where we, extract some kind of a curriculum to bring out a paramilitary training. And I give you an example of KRA that we trained their people the other day. We had to take them to RTS, and that was the program, the curriculum was made. Then second, we have a rigorous accreditation process by NUK training program. Sorry for that typo. Did I say program with a W? No, sorry. Which guarantees the value of this qualification, that is, because the university's programs are accredited all by the Commission of University Education. And finally, we have a procedure of formalizing this true memorandum of understanding to ensure a sustainable and effective achievement of what we are looking for. So these are the three pillars that we are looking at. Now, what is the way forward? We are proposing that there need to be a collaboration that offers structured pathways for professionalizing sergeant-at-arms security training as a single entity for registration institution security services, and a specific framework and a budgetary allocation. In so many words, this is all what I was bringing to. The pathways will ensure a sustained investment in capacity building, strengthened information protocols by partisan cooperation, and expanded partnerships. In conclusion, allow me to say that Parliament and county assemblies are constitutionally mandated, strategically vital actors in the Kenyan security architecture, and on the aspect of emerging threats. Of course, the incidents of the past year have laid bare the vulnerabilities of the Parliament institution, from physical breaches to cyber interference. Key to note here is that threat landscape is complex and borderless. Remember the recruitment of our youngsters to go and fight for Russia in Ukraine. Do we have a legal framework that controls that? The Parliament has to think about it. And here we are making a call for an integrated legislative security institution paradigm, which means the skill sets in a futuristic national outlook. Thank you very much, guys, for listening to me. Have you heard me? I think I will leave it now to the moderator on this aspect, but I had some few, of course, I have to ride on the shoulders of the giants. So whatever I'm talking about, I must ground it somewhere. So I had references there. So yes, thank you very much for listening to me once more.
Thank you so much, Brigadier. Another handful clap for our presenter. Yes, that was indeed very insightful. And I think the onus is on our side to pursue what has been proposed. We've been given the recommendation, a very good thing. And I think we've seen it in terms of the threats that we face. Is finished with a parting shot that the threat landscape is complex and evolving daily. You could secure your institution, put all the best CCTVs, put the best gate, put the best soldiers on or sergeant-at-arms on the ground, but still the threat will still be there. Yesterday we were given a sneak preview on how the digital threats actually affect our institutions on a daily basis. Yeah, because you can still be breached even with the best perimeter fence. So how do we move forward, going forward? So as Sergeant-at-Arms, we have to move from traditional now to the modern sergeant at arms, whereby we can be able to deal with all these kinds of threats. Let me not dilute it further. Allow me to invite Major Sorobit to take it from there, and then we will call our second panelist. Welcome. Let's clap for him as he takes the stage.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I'd wish to contextualize the presentation. I must congratulate Brigadier for the submissions he's made this morning. My role will be to contextualize to fit the legislative institutions and navigate some of the issues that were raised and bring back some of the things that we discussed yesterday. It has been rightly put that the strategic positioning of Parliament and county assemblies within the national security theatre is defined by their constitutional mandate as guardians of the Constitution, as an oversight body and a facilitator for institutional resilience. That in effect launches us to an area where security is a dual use, where technology serves both as a shield and a weapon. And we were informed about that yesterday. And our institution must therefore evolve from a traditional physical security model towards integrated adaptive frameworks. And the paradigm that has been talked about must shift. And therefore, the emerging and evolving security threats that face legislative institutions, in my view, and they have been talked to, maybe 5 of them, but I'll speak about 3. Kenya, as we all know, faces a complex and dynamic threat landscape, which has been alluded to earlier, that is beyond physical incursion, but now digital and most importantly, psychological. And we will experience that in the coming year, where a greater presence of misinformation, disinformation, and deepfakes, where there is use of synthetic media to impersonate members and spread misinformation aimed at inciting social disruption or undermining the dignity of the legislative institutions for different gains. The other is data exploitation, where the breach of critical legislative records, here read Hansard, biometric registers, which can be analyzed by AI-powered systems to compromise national interest. And we saw yesterday that an attack of 1 will mean an attack of 2, attack of 3, and subsequently attack of the village, an attack of the community, an attack of the country. And therefore, being aware that these systems can be compromised is important to be prepared, because some of these have become transnational and asymmetric in nature, because continued risks from traditional threats like terrorism, violent extremism, and regional instability, exacerbated by geopolitical shifts. The problems in the Middle East, the problems in Russia, hit home much more than we know. And therefore, we need to consider what happens to our border counties. That some of these activities happen, Marsabit, Wajir, Mandera, Garissa, and Narok, you are not comfortable. There are threats from the south, Taita Taveta, Kwale, Busia, West Pokot, and Migori face similar challenges. And we saw a while back during the constitutional amendment proposal by Senator Cherargei, the youth that were involved and part of civil society, we suspect, were involved in putting down the email of the clerk of the Senate. And therefore, we must be aware that some of these risks are closer home than we think. And what do we do about the institutional resilience and crisis management? It is important that the ability to anticipate, withstand and adapt to and recover from disruptions while ensuring continuity of business must be the mandate of the legislative institution. And that rests very well with the colleagues in the House. And therefore, we must facilitate building up of robust systems that lead into physical security to protect the precincts from hybrid attacks. And that is ring-fencing some of the IT systems and communication infrastructure. For example, the adaptive capacity and the ability for folks in the House and other legislative staff to evolve the technologies and probably seek into having an integrated digital security ecosystem. The National Parliament has gone a step further in this by making sure that the integrated security management system, I hope Major Majiba is here to speak to it later, is off any system that is external. Everything is internal, including its servers. But we know that what happens in Iran was out of a system that was internal, compromised by a few cameras within Tehran. Israel intelligence system breached those 2 cameras, and they were able to get to the entire cameras that were in the Republic, courtesy of only those few cameras, not more than 10. And you can imagine the effect that we see now. So the other matter is proactive crisis protocols. We know we face crises every time as arising from legislative tensions. So what do? We have to be smart. We have to be smart in addressing them and infuse technology into this, including having sensors rather than using traditional systems. And therefore, we need to look at the strategic importance of the legislative institutions in national security theater. And this, I'll start with the national Parliament, where there is a constitutional requirement for Parliament to approve deployment of national security organs for assignments, either locally or regionally or internationally. And we've seen the deployment to Haiti, to Sudan, to Congo and the rest of the parts of the region, and also internally to support civil authority. And we experience this. There is North Rift deployment of KDF, a disaster response within Nairobi County, City County, and the 256 experience. And more recently, during the laying in state of the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga, were it not for the KDF, Parliament would have been breached the second time. And therefore, it's important that we expand some of these collaborations. And therefore, Parliament and county assemblies serve as a cornerstone, in my view, for Kenya's grand strategy through use of unique constitutional mandates. One is the lawmaking, where we've seen the security amendment laws with its tensions, Pokalma, and many others. The legislative oversight that has been spoken about, where the Senate at national level and National Assembly provide critical oversight to security agencies, ensuring national defense, intelligence, foreign policy to align to constitutional values and human rights. And I would cite an incident where the National Assembly, then as a unicameral, had a visit to a UN mission in Sierra Leone to undertake an inquiry about how the mission was treating the Kenyan contingent, because the Republic felt that the UN was not providing the necessary support to the Kenyan contingent, and it was led by the then Honorable Musila. There is a matter of county level security integration where the national functions are feed into the county functions through the county policing authority, which now the county assembly plays a critical part in making sure that the executive at the county level adhere to the legal requirements that would require to monitor crime trends and prioritize security objectives at the county level. And a case in point is the development of the county action plans by the National Counterterrorism Center that developed national county counterterrorism plans that are now embedded in the county. And that has been successfully localized as a national strategy for facilitating development of the 47 county action plans. These are some of the bottom-up blueprints for preventing and countering violent extremism at local levels. But we must shift that to make sure that we have a response to the security paradigm that redefines legislative security and broaden the skills of sergeant-at-arms through rigorous capacity building. As we do that, we need, as alluded earlier, recalibrate legislative protective framework to ensure that we protect legislative institutions. Lastly, is management of the national resource basket. We know that the legislatures are the primary appropriation tool for both the county and the national government, and therefore we sit square in this role. And let me now examine the training pathways, accreditation, and institutional partnerships. Professionalizing the security function in the legislature require high-level academic partnership. And it's important that we have NDU in the House today, because it is the only institution in the Republic now that can accredit paramilitary programs, and you can be certified with it, unlike other institutions. The National Police Service have made an attempt, but I think through the academy, they are slowly getting into that space. And therefore, I seek that we exploit this opportunity to make sure that the partnership with Parliament through NDUK and National Defense College with CPST endures because they've conducted capacity building workshops for legislators and senior military leadership, particularly Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. And therefore, we propose a tiered pathway from certification to postgraduate with a core delivery model, which first is strategic leadership programs equipping sergeant-at-arms and senior officials with postgraduate training from NDUK to foster, in my view, whole of government approach to capacity building and security in itself. And secondly, short courses and certification programs that develop specialized modules, as indicated earlier, to understand adversarial systems, particularly AI and cybersecurity, to upskill sergeant-at-arms in a digital, physical, hybrid environments that threaten legislative institutions. Thirdly, research collaboration, and this should have come earlier, to leverage from the research through the Center for Security and Strategic Studies, and thankfully the Director Research and Innovation is in the House, for NDUK joint legislative institution joint research on emerging threats to legislative independence and procedural integrity, and most importantly, democratic governance. Finally, I seek to propose that we have incubated professional recognition with a first approach beginning with a professional charter and culminating in a legal instrument to standardize qualification ethics through NDUK supported continuing professional development, and coupled with capstone programs to reinforce sergeant-at-arms operational doctrine to a world-class sergeant-at-arms. I thank you.
Another round of applause for Major Sorobit. Yeah, I think we are getting it. Let me invite our second panelist, Colonel Retired Dr. Anda. Welcome. Let's clap for him as he takes the stage. Yeah, prepare your questions. Once they are done, then I will go into questions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to submit that it's not easy to comment or give you a perspective, especially after the gurus have spoken before you. I want to also say that the pecking order for this program was skewed. It was put upside down. Ordinarily in the military, as most of you know, you'll hardly comment on what your boss has said. So essentially, it's me who should have given the presentation, then the boss would have commented. But this is academic, so I'll bear with it. Thank you very much and welcome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have been treated to a lot of information regarding strategic security achievement for Parliament, and by extension by the Sergeant at Arms Department. We have seen the paces that we need to go through to get to the end state. And we have also seen who should be playing ball in this regard. So I'm going to very briefly and deliberately also comment on certain things that require to be attended to get to where we want. You'll agree with me that if you want to manage anything, you must start by knowing what it is. Okay? And in this regard, talking about security, we start from the premise that we know what security is. That assumption can be very dangerous because quite a number of people do not seem to define security in a similar manner. People look at it differently, but that's not even enough. What is bothering now is what goes into making a certain environment insecure. Looking at Kenya today, we see that there are very many spoilers of security, quite many. The old ones still persist, new ones are coming on stage, and even that bit we know. And security will always be a problem if it's not seen in the same lens. So what do we do to have a similar understanding of security? And this calls for training, okay? It calls for training. Training will make us see security and insecurity in one or less the same lens. So I'm forging for training. Training of all involved in security matters. If Sergeant at Arms can train, and the people they are securing are not trained, that is not comprehensive enough. So this training should not just look at the Sergeant at Arms, but also those that are being secured need also to undergo a bit of training so that we levelize the stage. So our clients, we realized when we were in National Defense College then that our clients who are the MPs and the Foreign Affairs Committee, nowadays they undergo training just to get to know what security is all about and what it means to secure Kenya. That's very important. But this training needs to be done over and over again for every other group that comes on board needs to be trained in that regard. Now, talking about training, there are many reasons why people train. I know some train because they want to improve their social status. Others train because they have been sent to train, and much more. Others train because of the need to be promoted, to professionalize. Irrespective of which reason takes you to training, I think training is important. It's important, very important. But training calls for dedication. It calls for resourcing. It calls for going to the appropriate institution to train. You know, when you train just for the sake of it, at times you may end up with a certificate that is not so and so recognized locally or internationally. So let's go to institutions that have what it takes to train you. And these institutions exist in Kenya. They are accredited by the accrediting bodies like the Commission for University Education, and they certify those who have trained. I think that is the path to use. You can be trained at whatever level you enter into a system, okay? But we also know that there are some institutions that may, in trying to train you, become a stumbling block, so that you will be forever a trainer, you get, huh? You spend more time than you anticipated to train. That should also be considered when you're choosing which institution you're going to train in, because it's important. Training costs money, takes time. I want to just argue that today there are quite a number of universities, there are quite a number of colleges in the country that may train some of you. If you are in a hurry to train, you can pay for it. If you wait to be trained by the employer, you may have to wait in the queue. So decide also. I think I'm speaking to everybody, isn't it? So you may decide to do it by yourself. For whatever reason, do it by yourself, or wait to be nominated to go for training. But you never know which number you are in the queue. That could stand in your way of progression. So be careful as you decide also. Now, why is Parliament so significant in matters of security? And would there be a problem if Parliament, say, did not participate in making Kenya strategically secure? There are very many reasons why Parliament must play ball in matters of strategic security for Kenya. That one goes without saying. What is not clear in most of us minds is that we fail to ask what would happen if they decided not to. Many things would happen, and among them would be they may now give leeway to the executive arm to do what it wants. And therefore, they will have failed in the mandate of representation. So they must play ball. If they don't, then we must hold them at ransom, because that is their responsibility. If they don't do that, things will be done at the executive level to the exclusion, and they will not be representing the people. I don't know whether they all know that. I want to assume they know. That's one reason why they should be at the forefront, trying to make sure that all is well in matters strategic security for the nation. Now, they are also supposed to do it because it's their responsibility. Yeah. They're elected to do that. So they have to do it. If they don't, we recall them. So they have to be in the forefront of ensuring that all is secure. And that's why they are responsible for even authorizing deployments that my senior was talking about. You see, if we must send our troops out of the country, Parliament must okay. They may okay before the troops are sent, or may do it belatedly, the way it was done for Somalia and the way it was done for Haiti. You can do it what we call regressively or retrogressively. So you do it after the action has been done. But whichever way they do it, it's important that they do it, because committing soldiers to any security venture costs money. And the money comes from your pockets, from your taxes. And if your taxes must be used in whichever manner, deployment inside and outside being one of them, then you must authorize that. And it can only be done when your MP speaks on your behalf. That's why they participate in that exercise. So, but there's a danger here. If we allow the parliamentarians to have the leeway to decide whether we should participate in this or that, it may create what we call academically a securitization challenge or securitization problem. Securitization is when elected people, the elite of society, would decide to identify something as an existential problem, and then they lobby everybody else to come on board, convincing you that this thing must be dealt with, and must be dealt with here and now, never late. And that way, you buy it, and by buying it, you also you are saying, oh, let my resources be apportioned to that exercise. So we need to be watchful so that we don't give them a leeway, 100% leeway, to do everything without scrutiny. So we need to scrutinize. And that's why the idea of public participation was considered to be necessary, so that your voice is also heard. So where you think things are not done in conformity to your wants, I think we need to participate and even call those who are responsible to book and ask them why certain things are being done. So the idea of securitizing issues to our exclusion, we have to be careful about that. Now, I was keen when I was listening to the speeches, the presentations. There was a time both speakers talked of making Sergeant at Arms and Parliament, by extension, resilient. This, ladies and gentlemen, is very critical. Resilience is one approach that is advocated for in security management. Others, of course, are prevention, proaction, or protection. And then resilience comes at the tail end. You know, the first two, prevention at times fails, isn't it? Protection also fails at some point. So when the two fail, so what? You remain exposed. So resilience is very critical. But now the question is, how Parliament and Sergeant at Arms resilient so that they can prove the future? Is it, what was it? Yeah, they can deal in future proofing. Future proofing, by the way, is not just a concept that was plucked and brought in this thing. It was, I think, rationalized that if Sergeant at Arms does not protect its staff, if Parliament does not protect its staff and doing what is right, then they'll become irrelevant in the future. And once you are declared irrelevant, you have no business to exist. Protected so that we can survive in that protected future. And this is why we need to create resilience. Resilience in the parliamentary activities, resilience around Sergeant at Arms, so that going into the future and bearing in mind that the future threats will keep on evolving, will keep on emerging and becoming difficult to deal with, then they should, when they do that, they lead security or rings of security that will make us secure. So when they come, they will be fended off naturally. And that's the best way to go. And how do you do that? Through deliberate training. Through deliberate training and also through professionalism. You know, training will give you professionalism, will also make you become more efficient and be protective enough. That is what we require. It requires deliberate, concerted effort. By who? By all and sundry. I don't prescribe to the philosophy of whole of government approach. Wholly, I don't prescribe to that. Instead, I prescribe us. That is the best way to cover yourself against these contemporary security threats. The plus here means other actors, quite a number of actors, plus the civilians. But are county assemblies ready for this? I mean, insecurities. The answer is no. So you need to do more through training, through collaborations, through interagency approaches. And the idea of being including county officials in county, we call them county what? County security boards is very, very critical. So that's one way you can have entry in these security management issues, because you have got security issues that need to be discussed at that level. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you have sat here for a long time. I was just giving my input on what has been said, and I fully support what my senior and my contemporary have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anda. Another round of applause. Yeah, now we have spent some time on this topic. I want to believe that we have questions or clarifications or recommendations based on the presentation. So can we have maybe about 5 people who have questions? And then I guess we should be proceeding for tea break. After this, we have a long day. The way the Major Dr. Ngobitu told us that it was going to be a marathon. So anybody has a query on that side, raise your hand. We want to see. First row. Yes, Mr. Salat. Any other person? Yeah, one behind. Yes, Daktari. Okay. That is the 5th one. Maybe the last one. Okay. So we start with Mr. Salat. So I think we'll pick all the questions and then they will just come and respond once. So make it brief and direct.
Thank you very much, Brigadier, for the wonderful presentation. It has opened up our scope of thinking on the issue of professionalizing our service as a sergeant at arms. The only information I want to add on to your team is that sergeant at arms as a unique department within parliamentary setup, besides the security aspect, as even yesterday encompassed, there are so many other issues related to the works of the sergeant at arms. Key among them is issue of logistical support, issues of protocol and visitor access management to the house. It forms part of security. Yes, you have to check. However, you also have to have that protocol ability to ensure that this visitor is properly welcomed into it. Then there is the issue of social support, both for the staff and members. parliamentary practice and procedures, a field which very likely not on your end, but for us now to professionalize, this is also a key element into our working environment. You cannot be an effective and professional sergeant at arms if you are not well versed with parliamentary practice and procedures. So as you undertake and assist us into the training manuals, these are part of the key elements which are important. What is in store from your end for us to ensure that all these are well captured? That's my take.
Thank you very much. My name is Caroline Chage. First, let me introduce myself by saying that I'm an architect and I work closely with the Serjeant at Arms, both in National Assembly and Senate. So there's a lot of observations that have been made just by interacting and working with them. Thank you very much, Brigadier and Colonel, for your presentation, because it's highlighted a few things that I'd like our colleagues from the County Assembly to also take note, even from like master planning your towns come up, because at that point in time is when you start thinking about mitigation of risks and threats once they come up. We saw what happened during the Gen Z protests and how the different crowds were forming in the city. So as opposed to protecting it in a reactive way, think about being involved in the urban planning policies to protect and safeguard. So if you hear there's something happening, just be involved so that you don't start saying, well, this is not going to be a no-go zone yet. In a couple of years' time, 20 to 50 years, that will be a tourist spot in your counties. So be involved when, because now you, as Sergeant at Arms who understands the security detail that is required, start thinking about what happens in the event there's a threat or a crisis. We saw what happened during the Gen Zs. There was an issue with fire. There was an issue with wayfinding. Members were so, they were, how do I say it? They felt so scared. Some of them could not even find their way out. There was an issue of emergency evacuation. And this goes back to how you're talking and discussing with the stakeholders involved in the planning of your facilities. So do you have a helipad in case you need emergency evacuation?
Conclude.
Those are the points that I'd like to give. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's take not more than 2 minutes so that we can save time.
Let me have one that will
okay, Dr.
be able to follow what architect has just said. Maybe our chief presenter, you would be wondering, where does Sergeant come to work with the architect? That's why I want to put you in space so that you can be able to answer that question. And then I combine with what Salat said. I think, colleagues, what we need to understand is that NDU cannot give us a curriculum because they don't know what we do. It is the reverse. It is us who will say, this is what we do, and then what we need to do to perfect it, we give it to them raw so that they can now put and articulate it into an actual curriculum. Because, Brigadier, we have works that Sergeant at Arms do. There is something called estate management and support services. Estate management involves managing the estate of Parliament, buildings, offices, and all these other things. So, being the user, we are the ones who know where it is pinching. We know which toilet is broken, which office doesn't have a chair, which one has a leaking roof. So we make the report and we call the engineers and tell them we have these problems, being the user. So they come to us and we give them the problem. That's how now we work with the engineers and the architects in Parliament. We want to improve something, subdivide the S office, blah, blah, things like that. We have a distinct department that deals with matters security that we call operations, liaison, and events management. Operations will deal with matters of security, will deal with matters of bodyguards, will deal with matters of events happening in Parliament, national prayer breakfast, put things in place. So that is a branch so that you can be able to answer the question. And then we have the one that is known by everybody, chamber ceremony and public education. So when we develop curriculum, we shall say, what is it that is done in the chamber? Which ceremony? Is it opening of the Parliament? Is it a presidential address? Is it the normal sitting of every day? So there are so many ceremonies that happen. We have children visiting. We have sergeants who take them to the galleries and they will give them some facts about Parliament, history. So a sergeant will be trained in that curriculum to be able to be a polished history giver, to be able to be a polished ceremonial officer who can march straight, dressed, carry the mace. He'll be able to be an estate manager. So the curriculum will be very wide. We will talk about standardization of all these colleagues so that we put our house in order before we come to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Major. Yes, behind there, then we come forward up.
Thank you very much. Moses Samuel Nyandoro from Garissa County Assemblies, Serjeant at Arms. And I would like to ask some few questions concerning what Mr. Ngare has taken us through about the issue of security. Number one, the first question is all about, we heard that there's what we call the misinformation. It's also a threat. So how can we curb it as Sergeant at Arms in our area of jurisdiction? That's number one. Number two, I think after you've represented well, you've not answered our question that who is a custodian of our guardian. Yeah, kindly make sure you answer the question as we proceed. And thirdly, I wanted to know what's all about drone technology. I thought you were to touch about drone technology. Yeah. And you talked about the issue of the perimeter walls. We there back at Garissa County Assembly, County Assembly yetu iko karibu kwa barabara. Sote tukijenga hiyo wall inaweza tusaidia kweli kama watu wa Garissa County Assembly. Lastly,
conclude, yes.
The last question, what are the procedures of joining the NDU? Thank you.
Okay, who was moving the microphone? Bring it forward here.
Asante sana. Majina ni Kauli Bernard. Niko na maswali hapa chache tu. You're talking of the power of the Sergeant at Arms. And here hapa ndio kuna maneno. Yes, we are the officers responsible taking care of security and safety to everybody, and it's at the apex. Yet kuna struggle haba civil rebelry and also kugongana ya wadosi. Now who has the more powers than the other? So at what times now we want to second now our independence so that when we act and we implement these rules we are given to, there's no any political interference. Tuanze na hapo sana sasa. Because we have the Weshemiwas, I want to feel they are more superior and powerful. And also we have our bosses upon the who. So where do we now come in? And we thank you. You are independent. There are interference politically. But we are working in the political environment. Another one here, I'm given around 60 to 70 members to take care of the safety. Yet, mimi ni bonoku. Sina anything. Bunduki hakuna hapa. Unaona? And our colleagues at Parliament, yet they are much lucky because a honorable member akona a bodyguard there. He goes out, takes care of him. When something happens to a honorable member, MCA down there, I'm the one who is being asked, where is my safety and security? I let mimi sina chochote. Nabamana huko. So can we come in, we see how we are helping the situation. These honorable members are down there. Yes. Because niko hapa, something happened out the field, I cannot go and rescue him because sina anything to defend myself. So we should have to look into that. Mambo ya intelligence, we gather informations. My assembly, some people are planning there to come attack assembly. Sina any intelligence information because I don't sit at the county security meeting to get the intelligence. Our office at the intelligence to get the information there. Me, I'm just there. So where do I do this information from? It means I will write this information about outside there. So can we structure our system so that we know we help our honorable members? Finally, e-training, nasema, we want to collaborate. We go to these good schools like the Kenya Defense College, the university. You help us. You are there. You help us. Come in so that we get good knowledge and skills so that we help our country and the assemblies carry on.
Thank you very much.
Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think your third question. Were you present inside? Were you present yesterday?
No, yesterday I was at Kwa Power.
Now.
Power. Thank you.
Now that is the danger of missing the please here. Okay. Okay. Please silence, order.
Okay.
We need to conclude. Let us listen to Daktari. And then we'll go to the last question there, and then we will be able to get the responses, okay?
My name is Dr. Sirera from Kenyatta University. And maybe I want to link my question with the issues of power, because that's where we have ended. Thank you, Brigadier, for your wonderful presentation. I empathize with the Sergeant at Arms, especially the dilemmas they face. But one thing you suggested about the emerging insecurities and in related to the environment. You gave an example of the expressway that just passes across the Parliament. So my question is, the people who create this insecurity environment are sometimes these legislatures, because the expressway, before it was put there, did they have a voice in it? Obviously, they gave the right way for the expressway to be built. Now, the Sergeant at Arms is supposed to take care of them, but at the same time, the people themselves are creating insecurities. The same thing is also associated with the hate speech that you talked about. So my question is, how does the Sergeant at Arms navigate this created insecurity environment, and yet they're still also asking for the same people, the Sergeant at Arms, to take care of them? And just maybe now to comment, I would say I also share the vision that there's need for that shared security vision, so that even the MPs themselves, they know the situations they're creating and the challenges they're actually causing the guardians of their security. So maybe as you answer how their guardians of security are, also touch on how the parliamentarians who are the recipients of this security can also be involved to help take care of the Sergeant at Arms. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. The last question from that corner, the very last one.
Michelle County Assembly. the county assembly with 2 speakers and 2 chambers. I'm sorry to say that. Anyway, even siasa tuache. I wanted to know about the mechanism, the way forward. Do you have a mechanism in place to ensure that it will be implemented or it will be shelved? Do you have a mechanism to ensure that the way forward will be implemented? And do you have a time frame for that? Yeah, Pili, what roles will the assembly play in the partnership? Do you have a role where the assemblies will play? Thank you.
Thank you, Fatuma. So I think we go into answering. Dr. Anda, let's now follow the protocol the way you had said earlier. Let's start with Major to respond, and then Colonel, and then Brigadier. Just, yeah? Okay.
Don't worry about the protocol. The only question I did not get is the last one by Fatuma Ahmed from Isiolo. I did not get your 2 questions, and they were very pertinent. I really wanted to get them. Please, the way forward, what was about the way forward? Oh, whether I have... Oh, okay. No, don't worry. Yeah, whether...
My question in regards to the way forward, do you have a time frame for that? Because sometimes people put a lot of way forward and then it's put in the shelves. Do you have a time frame?
Mm-hmm.
And what mechanism do you have in place to ensure that it will be safeguarded? The next one, what role will the county assemblies play in the partnership? Do you have any role for us, the assemblies, apart from the Senate? And then thirdly, I like what you said. Who guides the guidance?
You have added another question, ma'am.
Now, I want to add who guides us, because some of us became victims.
Okay.
I like that part which you said, who guides the guidance. Thank you.
Who guides the guardian? I like that you picked this question. Who guards the guardian? And I would like you to read that book, madam. Look for it. It is very cheap. It's an old book. You will get it from old libraries, even on the streets. Daktari has already donated one for you. Yeah. Allow me. The ones that will touch, the questions that touch on Sergeant terms, I will delegate them to your seniors. You will allow me. Where did we start? Hey, there are so many. Don't even remember where to start. Who guards the guardian? Samuel Huntington. You'll be able to read and understand that. Now, Salat. Yes, SA has a unique role to play. I'll not delve too much into that, Salat, because I will relegate that question to Major and any other person in the House, and say that, because you are asking what is in store for the Sergeant at Arms to ensure that all these parameters, the roles of the Sergeant at Arms, are included in training. Dr. Ngobito talked about it. I brought out. And if you remember in one of my slides, I talked about collaboration to formulate curriculum. If you followed. And I took the training institution, the CPST, as the focal point where the university gets integrated with, all comes together for them to be able to talk about the issues. And I said, the university will bring its prowess in education aspect. The CPST will bring in its experiences in sergeant-at-arms registrative roles that they want to build curriculum into. And that was actually articulated very well by Dr. Ngubito. But I will ask Major Solobit to add a voice on that. Caro Chege, thank you for appreciation, ma'am. Caro Chege is the architect. Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for appreciation. Yes, there is need for proper planning, not only of the registrative assemblies, but also for our towns. I come from a small town here in Kajiado called Kiserian. For those who know Kiserian, where it is. When I went to live there more than 20 years ago, we were very few. We could even call each other by name. But today, the population is quite huge, to the extent that there are jams, and it is one of the outskirts. Mulisikia watu wakisema mwisho wa rami. I live mwisho wa rami, because out of that town, you go to Masaini, and there are no more towns beyond there. Those are the local towns now. Planning is essential. It is true, and that's I touched on the issue of Madeira, because when they were building, I happened to have stayed in Madeira for 2 years, and when they were building, actually we were talking to the governor then, Honorable Ali Roba. We used to talk to him, and we were telling him the same, that no, the city is growing. The population is increasing, and people will get interested with the plots that are very close to, but what about the security of that institution? So you need to plan hard so that when people are coming, you tell them this is the way. I will take you far away to one of the South America's country to answer that question. Whose capital was Rio de Janeiro, changed the capital to Brasilia, if you have heard. I have visited the two cities. Rio de Janeiro is a very huge city with a population close to 30 million or so. Actually, almost 40 million. That is almost the population of Kenya in one city. It's so expansive. When you are flying, you take minutes for you to reach the airport when you start, approaching. But they looked at it and said, we need to replan our capital. And they went all the way to this jungle, and they devised the plan of the city in a form of an aircraft. They produce a lot of Embraers. Some of them will fly here. And guess what? It is so well planned, and you cannot put a structure that has not followed the legal framework of that institution. So these are the issues. However, we need to relook, and we need to have a say when it comes to planning our institutions. Doctor added voice to that, and I like how he commented it, and it is good. Now, he also commented on the issue of collaboration for curriculum. It is not the NDU to make a curriculum for you without your presence, without your contribution. It is you who knows how the house should be built. Where do you want the kitchen to be? Where do you want the bathroom to be? So you tell the architect to design it according to your desire. You don't like some issues that you see in other people's houses, so they will not be included. Similarly, that's how curriculum is developed. It's developed with the mind of the person who is going to use it. The end user is the key. Now, so many questions were raised by a guy by the name Nyandi? Who is this? Nyandoro. Yes. Nyandoro. Power. Wow, that is great. Yes, Nyandoro. How do we cap misinformation Now, I would like that one to be handled by somebody internal, because more or less it will have the real issues. But misinformation, as you are told, through airing of information from the Parliament, you inform people what is happening in real time. Then they will dispel the issue of misinformation. Remember, some issues that are talked in the newspaper is because the newspapers want to make money. So how they craft their headlines and their stories is all about you to buy that newspaper so that they make a profit. They can twist what has been said in the Parliament purposely so that you can, what did this guy say? Then you buy the newspaper to go and read. When you read, but you heard it in the news, you would say, but I heard it in the news. This MP said this and this and this. It is not what is contained in it. 60% for those who have done information analysis. I have taught intelligence in the military, and one of the things that we tell our soldiers when we are training them and officers is that 60% of what you get from the newspaper is fake news. Money-making enterprise. Just understand. So the 40% is what you are glued to. So anyway, allow me to leave that one at that. And then you really wanted me to talk about the drone technology. I don't know. The registrative institution, you guys use drone, but I believe for photography and communication. Now, the only way I can put this one up here is by saying one of our colleges are called the Defense Forces College of Technical whatever, DefTech. Actually, they're involved in training people on issues of drone technology because it's a technical subject. However, if there are individuals here who are involved in this and they would like to be trained by DefTech, then I'll leave it to the institution to decide. When they're making curriculum or identifying what to professionalize among the many roles that you guys have, Powerman. Yes. You are not with me. I'm saying this should be one of the roles, training roles that should be undertaken so that you are not left out. You know, the guys of photography, the guys who use those drones, it can be captured in the many roles that will be tabulated for the purpose of curriculum development for training. All consideration. We don't need to develop a curriculum. We only need to take these guys that's a technical subject. Yeah, drone is drone, whether it is, Now, perimeter fence of the Legislative Assembly.
It was asked by that one, my but maybe theirs are not that neat, but maybe how it can be strengthened.
I'll leave that one to Major. And what is the requirement of using, what are the requirements of joining NDU? Now, we have said that there are those who want to do those high-level kind of courses like masters and PhD. At that level, you're thinking of you as an individual, more or less. So thinking of you as an individual, you can say, I want to progress my education and I want to do it in NDUK. Go to the website. There are various degrees that are offered there. I've told you about the PhD that is already running on crisis and disaster management. If that is your area and you really want it, it is already ongoing and the applications are going on. It is done in IPSTC. You can do that comfortably when you are working on an individual basis. The masters also on crisis response and disaster management. It's also offered in IPSTC. You can do it comfortably from wherever you are and you are working, and nobody will bother with you, more or less. However, others will come in as an aspect of collaboration. Bernard You asked something to do with, you have no weapons, no political interference. How do the sergeants at arms ensure they are not biased? Yes, I know I talked about the issue, and also it was talked yesterday by the Speaker Emeritus. And he talked about the police are not allowed to arrest any member inside the compound of the Parliament. That is the duty of the sergeant at arms. And you say, these guys have got arms. I like the guy, and I keep on referring to the guy who talked about the guys who are sent by the governor. Maybe they are armed, and that's why he quailed. He is not armed. And if you remember, I talked about you need a legal framework. I don't know, we had a legal guy here yesterday. You need a legal framework. And now I'm answering the question of who guards the guardian? Understand this. You have heard of Kenya Defense Forces Act. It stipulates and stipulates how a soldier or an officer is supposed to behave. If you behave contrarily, disciplinary action will be taken against you. But again, it protects you. Because more or less, if we say we point a finger at you, you have done this and this, you are given an opportunity to defend yourself. Remember, we are employed. I might be a brigadier, and I have my senior private, not employed the senior private. He has a role that he has been given by the people of Kenya. My duty is not to suppress him. My duty is to ensure that the guy performs his duty in the best way possible. But how is that ensured? There are terms and conditions of service that stipulate what a senior private is supposed to behave and to act, what kind of roles and functions he's supposed to undertake as a senior private. And there are roles in terms and conditions of service that tabulate how a brigadier is supposed to behave, supposed to act, which are very different. So it is not my duty to suppress what he's supposed to do. And if I do that, I look at you, you don't come from my home area, and I want to suppress you, and then all of a sudden I charge you or I do whatever, there's a recourse to that. He can seek redress. And the law is there to protect him. So the legal framework is the only tool that the sergeant at arms can fall back to, so that nobody has the mandate just to throw you out like you're nothing. And you have been working maybe even for 20, 30 years. Even political interference. So more or less, those political interferences, because they will be knowing, this guy, sergeant at arms, has got, his mandate is well cut out by the law, So more or less, even if I touch, the guy will just leave you to do your work, more or less, and it happens. The law. Daktari, thank you for your appreciation. You're here, yeah. Now, most of the challenges and most of the threats, as you put them, yes, they have been created by individuals, the same ones that the sergeant at arms are supposed to protect, are supposed to secure. But, their mandate is different from the mandate of these MPs or the members of parliament. And this is where I'm coming in with the aspect of the issue of legal framework. I really want to anchor myself into that in answering this. But we'll be able to hear from, I will also push this one to Major Sorobit and any other person. You are asking, how does the sergeant at arms navigate the created threats But the same people, they are safeguarding. And any one of you can contribute to this. This is a discussion. It is not a one-way. I'm saying it is hard sometimes. Ask me. In the Defense Forces, when Sorobit and Dr. Ngobito here, we were working to be military assistant to one of our senior generals. And people ask me, how did you survive? Because in most cases, you don't survive as a PA. Let me use the word PA that you'll understand better with most of our senior guys. How did you survive? I can't say I'm tough, but for sure, my voice and my knowledge made me be able to survive. Majority of the people will go home here and then. But it is all because the problems and regulations, because now, there you are, you have been exposed. Those are funeral points. Now, Fatuma Ahmed from Isiolo, I would like these questions to be answered also by the plenary or Major Sorobit. The way forward. I gave the way forward as a proposal. So it is you guys to think through that way forward. Mine is a proposal. I've just suggested, Fatuma. I've just suggested. So the mechanics, it is you to think, is it working? It is not working? Can it work for us? What are the impediments that we need to think through? And if we have to pick it, what roles do we need to put in place to ensure that we achieve what was proposed? Who guards the guardian? I answered. Fatuma. Did you hear? Who guards the guardian? Who? You know, Bush, one time President Bush was asked, there was a president in China, and he was asked, President Bush, who, by one of the guys of the cameras, who is the president of China? And he asked, who is the president of China? He was asked, who is the president of China? That was Bush asking the cameraman, who is the... Let me allow these guys to comment. Thank you.
That is well put, sir. Now, I'll not take time to be here. I just want to respond to two issues. The first issue is who guards the guardian. The guardian is you and others who are taking care of the people, the infrastructure, which includes information in where you work, and so many other things. So, if you are a guardian, you can only guard if you are secure. So, security for the guardian starts by the guardian. So, you have to be secure by yourself first before you can guard anybody else. So, a framework, and then you should be in a position to take care of all those things whenever they are put to use. So you should be fairly trained and capacitated to first defend yourself and then defend these other guys. So that calls for serious training of the guardian before he guards others. This is a challenge which we must grapple with and deal with it squarely. So in that book where Samuel Huntington talks about who guards the guardian, he argues that society needs to take responsibility of the guardian. Okay? And when you look around, you see that the Kenyan government has taken steps to guard you. So there are layers and layers of security that have been put around you and even that premise where you work to make sure that there is a bit of security. But in there, where we have got inside the security, inside the insecurity, that's where you now need to play hardball to make sure that you are safeguarded. Now, the issue of infrastructure, overflying, security installations, living in planning and development of those infrastructure. So we need to ask ourselves very hard questions. Who should participate in infrastructural development plans? Should it be a pre-serve of the engineers alone, or should it include other stakeholders, like those who benefit from those infrastructure and live nearby? This is a very important question to ask. My input would be that let everybody participate, particularly those who are involved. The wall in Garissa, is it Garissa or Isiolo? Which passes, which is very close to the highway. For those things.
Colleagues, nudge your neighbor to the left or to the right. Mwambie tuko sawa. Na huyo mwingine tena mwambie tuko sawa. Na kama hajasikiza mwambie look at me. Alafu mwambie tuko sawa. Let me give the reasoning behind what we do. And before I do that, let me acknowledge the Chief Emeritus in the House. Karibu mkuu, Mr. Lekulo. Could we applaud him? Quick one. Very good. Yeah, bila yeye vitu mingi ingeharibika. And we are forever thankful for him. We are glad he's with us. Let me take 1 minute to give you an overview of how we do things. The reason as to why we have a faculty from Kenyatta University and faculty from KU. Faculty from Kenyatta University and faculty from NDU. Kenyatta University is the one that gave birth to NDU through processes. Initially, the programs in KMA were run by Kenyatta University. And that is why we have the two. There is a reason. And the reason is because of you. So that you can see that small beginnings have a reason. And we have to work with them to create something for Parliament. Parliament, I mean the legislative institution, the County Assembly, and the National Parliament. And that is why we have them. And therefore, while we are having tea, please make sure you greet them, engage them, and pick their minds. Because there is very little time for them to say everything when they have the microphone. That aside, Mr. Salat and colleagues, we will work together. We will work with, as alluded earlier by my colleague, to make sure that the understanding of Serjeant-at-Arms is clear. Because even CPST does not understand Serjeant-at-Arms. In the Republic of Kenya, is anything to do with a drone. We cannot do anything about drones unless you go through them. And we have a partnership. So we will go with our eyes closed. Disinformation or even how to use their gadgets. We worked with National Intelligence Academy, now National Intelligence University. They used to be conned every other time. Someone running around those guys. This year in the House, well done. Power man. Well done. Power man. If you are not here yesterday, but the CS and the Speaker Emeritus and the two clerks spoke your concerns. And the role of Interior Ministry will be expanded to make sure that the county assemblies and the members of the county assembly, including you yourself and your colleagues, are protected. With the county assembly, including you yourself and your colleagues, are protected. With an opportunity to amend the county assembly's proposal to have the head of Sergeant at Arms function sit in county security dilemmas. What we do is from day one, so and we work with them, and then we do thorough stakeholder engagement. We engage Kenya National Highways Authority, we engage the ministry on the technical surveillance that are in place that are assets managed by Parliament, to make sure that then we can have our eyes on the expressway. So those risks are mitigated by a thorough stakeholder engagement. It may not be perfect now because the drainage system that is resolved by the current storm drainage system that is being created and the arrangement around the Nairobi rivers. So that is how we work with the Colonel Dr. Handa spoke about the whole of nation plus. So it is our collective responsibility to make term. That's their interest. Even MCAs, their interest is securing the next term. So what we do the legwork. We do the legwork ahead of them, and we do it reverse, so that the experiences of yesterday becomes the lessons of tomorrow, and we do it in advance. Like now, we've started preparing for the next continuous process, and we never rest on your expertise for us to draw from your intellectual depth, so that we are able to do things differently. And the engagement must be continuous. Fatuma, way forward for implementation of a proposal and the role of the county assembly. That is why we are here. We are here not in vain. But those things will not happen in this financial year. That one I can assure you. It will happen in the next financial year. But we will create quick wins. Should be safeguarded. And the practice and the profession of Sergeant at Arms must be strengthened now and the days to come. It is our collective responsibility. Thank you very much.
Taken a bit of time on this topic. I think it was a serious thing that we really wanted to get into depth, and I wish to appreciate all of them for what they have done. So we'll do 3 claps, or we'll do factorial 4 in descending order. Okay? Yes. So we start. I prepare. Yeah. Descending order, so we start. Thank you very much. I think let's be given a way forward by Mejango Bitu. Karibu sir.
Asante. Colleagues, you can look at your watch. What time is it? It is lunchtime. We have not taken tea, and we have 4 presentations to go through. It has to be restored to its normal use. Number 2, make sure you register outside there, because lunch today is not served on cross-cutting like first day. It is on individual. So if you don't register, they won't know how many we are, because we are serving as we are. On the same issue of lunch, the dining down there is for the hotel. So our going there inconveniences the clients of the hotel. We only take our guests to the hotel down there, and it attracts 1,000 shillings for everybody we take down there. So if you come down there, come with 1,000 shillings and pay for you to be seated there. So let's utilize our normal lunch area, less for the guests that we have provided that facility and paid for that 1,000 shillings. DCI, I know you can't see yourself in the program. You are there. You are there. You have the old program. We said yesterday that it was skipped, so your presentation is still there. I think you are the last, you and Major Majiba. You know your topic? Thank you very much. So those who are not here, there is a program, there is a topic that was omitted, our number 4 presentation this morning. So can we agree that we take 10 minutes of tea? Next presenter, please mount your presentation and start in the next 10 minutes. If there are 2 people inside here, there are 3, you box. Please Please mount. 10 minutes tea, and then we are back. If possible, you can carry your cup.
And the panelists who are just walking in. We want to dissect straight into this presentation this time. And we are looking at the institutional framework linking Parliament and the county assemblies. This is going to be done by our Deputy Director, Ms. Amy Chepkwony. She's the Deputy Director in charge of the Directorate of Governance and Accountability in the Senate. And she is going to be assisted by Dr. Brenda Ogembo, who is going to be the discussant on this particular subject. It is fairly related with what we have been doing all along. So I expect that we all pay attention, take note of all the questions so that we are able to respond to it at an appropriate time. So, Madam Amy, welcome and take over the stage.
I see I'm going to be interested in attending the 4th National Conference of Sergeant at Arms next year, because this is the only forum they clap for you for just standing up. Okay, as you've heard, my name is Amy Chepkwony. I'm standing in for Deputy Clerk, Ms. Eunice Gishangi, who is indisposed in the program. So that you know, this was supposed to have been done yesterday, and I now, after listening to the other facilitators, I've just realized why it was in the program yesterday and not today, because it sets the basis and the tone for the discussions that have happened today. The Constitution provides cooperation between governments at the two levels, that is the national and the county levels, and Parliament and county assemblies are arms of government. And I think this is the basis for the linkages between the Parliament and the county assemblies. This discussion on the relationship and linkages between Parliament and county assemblies is not just about levels of government. It's a layered system of coordination, oversight, and mutual constraint with a lot of dynamics covering legal alignment and political negotiations, which expose both structure and tension between the two institutions. Parliament has become a link between the national government and county governments, as it has provided a platform for both levels of government to hold consultation forums on matters affecting development of the country in terms of legislation, oversight, and representation. The Senate has established a Senate liaison office to coordinate and facilitate consultations between the counties and the Senate. And I'm so glad that we have Dr. Ogembo, who is a discussant today in this forum. The Senate is obligated by Article 96 of the Constitution to represent and protect the interests of counties. And this is basically to protect the county governments and the people of counties and the interests of counties from enemies within and enemies without. I hope you understand what I mean by enemies within. Yeah? Those who are likely to put their hand, their hand in the cookie jar within the counties, and those who are outside who are likely to sabotage devolution. So the Senate is the protector of devolution under Article 96. Parliament is responsible for vertical division of revenue between national and county governments through the division of revenue bill. So basically where Parliament comes in is that when we are dividing the cake into two, let me not say into half, because if I say into half, you're like, you're not telling us the truth. when we are dividing the cake into two, that is division of revenue for the monies for the national government and the monies that go to the county governments, both houses of parliament are very instrumental in the division of revenue bill. And then Parliament also determine the revenue share between the levels of government, and also responsible for sharing. A Senate is responsible for developing a formula for shareable revenue among the 47 county governments. In the sharing of revenue among the 47 county governments, the formula is usually very solid, and it is expected that county assemblies are instrumental in this process. Parliament provides a platform for county governments to input their views on national government policy and legislations, either directly or through the county Council of Governors, Society, SOCAT, and also the Speakers Forum, CAF. And it is expected that as we form strong linkages for the Sergeant at Arms, you will be instrumental in giving your input and finding a framework to do so. Parliament plays a critical role in intergovernmental relations, arbitration, and mediation on matters affecting county governments. And by way of messages, the legislatures are able to communicate to each other and pass messages across houses. If there is a petition, I've seen Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly has recently sent a message to the Senate on a decision by a committee to petition Parliament on a matter related to the ATC, and other county assemblies have done so. Parliament enact legislation that provide for uniformity in the implementation of county government functions or government functions across counties, and Parliament provides benchmarking and capacity building for county assemblies, both members and staffers, through attachment within Parliament and also training. There is need to develop a proper training pathway for Sergeant at Arms, and I think this has really been discussed this morning. Who has benefited from the attachment program to Parliament, to Senate? Any Sergeant at Arms? Yes? Only one? Oh, they are all here. Oh, put your hand a bit like that. Yeah, thank you very much. Sijaona mkono yako? Now I've seen. Yeah? Power. Yes. So, under the areas of linkages, Parliament has enriched parliamentary practice through rulings, traditions, practice, and precedents. County legislatures have largely borrowed these to inform their proceedings and processes in the assemblies. This has enabled county assemblies to perform their roles more effectively, and I hope that is correct. Just to hope that bad practice has not, or bad precedences have not been borrowed. Parliament is responsible for enacting legislation to enhance the independence and autonomy of the county assemblies, making them more vibrant and effective. Some of the legislations enacted include the County Assembly Service Board, which I guess is the employer for the assemblies, and also the County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act, which provides the framework of sanctioning members and witnesses, and also and committees. So Senate is also responsible for oversighting resources allocated to the county governments through audit and accountability committees and other governance and sectoral committees of the Senate. Just to say that county assemblies are actually, in terms of linkages, the ones who are supposed to do the primary oversight and also holding, through their committees, holding the executive accountable at the counties. It is indeed very difficult, from my observation as a Deputy Director, Governance and Accountability, it's difficult for our audit committees to verify certain expenditures, because the reports are too many. We have 94 reports, that is for Assembly and Executive for CPAC, and then we have 512 reports for County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee. And the requirement, the constitutional requirement timeline of 31st March, that all those reports should have been considered and tabled, is becoming very, very impossible. And it's possible to clear an audit query when the committee has been misled. But you cannot mislead a committee of the County Assembly, can you? You cannot say that that ECD is complete when the member from that ward is seated right in that committee and knows that it is not true. So primary oversight is actually the work of County Assembly. And indeed, the Senate committees have recently been adopting reports of the county assemblies. If you come, if your PAC committee comes to CPAC and they have a complete report of the audit of that financial year, then the chair will ask if the assembly has completed, then the Senate will adopt the same similar recommendations without changing. And it has made the work of Senate very easy. There's a lot of issues around it. Governors have gone to court to say we don't want to appear before Senate because it's like in law we call it double, double jeopardy. Yeah, you're being sanctioned twice. But the courts have said no, it is not double jeopardy. That public resources, you are required as a public officer responsible and holding resources that belong to public to respond to those queries. Respond it to the county assembly, respond it to the media, respond it to the public, respond it to some people from the village who are asking about it, respond it in the Senate, and even respond it to anyone else who has an interest. Because you are being held accountable and you have responsibility to respond to audit queries. Senate plays a critical role in validating impeachment. That is, it acts as a trial chamber. And there are around some issues that have arisen recently in the proposed impeachment of the governor for Kericho. The role of Serjeant at Arms in terms of securing the security of the voting system. I think that emerged a lot. And the reason why the impeachment did not proceed was because of serious procedural issues that did not even allow the Senate to look into the substantive issues because of a lot of procedural issues that happened. And I think you have seen on TV, and if you come from assemblies where impeachments have happened, like Nairobi before, or even Kericho, and which other, many assemblies, you have seen, Isiolo, you have seen. And I saw the one for Kericho. Apologies for people, such a terms from Kericho. I'm using your example without permission. I have seen on TV where members, there was a lady member who was being crushed on the floor, literally all the clothes flowing up. And she was screaming, "You are hurting me," and like really screaming. I don't want to scream because I have a microphone here. And she was really in pain, and she was being dragged, and other members were punching each other, and there was chaos. And one thing I observed, I'm sorry because this is from TV, so it's not real. It's not like literally. I saw the mess was in its place. A symbol of power in the house was in its place. The speaker was in his chair. And the only thing that I noted that I don't think anyone else in Parliament noted, and I don't know whether it's a slip of my mind that I'm saying this, I read the Hansard report. And the Hansard report was so clean, it didn't have the oohs and ohs. Because if you have the mayor and the speaker, those are official proceedings of that house, and they should be reflected in the Hansard. Yeah? So when the voting system was questioned, I was like, oh, maybe. Because I've also seen the Hansard report is too clean to be real. So the place of Serjeant at Arms in all these processes is critical, and it is important to note that the curriculum for Sergeant at Arms inaitwa syllabus inabadilika mbio sana. Like, before you even settle to know how you want to do this, it has changed. Before you know how to do this, it has shifted. Yeah? In terms of, for example, serving summons, our Sergeant at Arms serve summons. In the Parliament before the 2010 Constitution, there was only one attempt to summon a minister. And that summon was never even signed. I remember I was a new officer in Parliament. Actually, I was an intern. I was not even an officer yet. And there was a pronouncement by the committee to summon. There was no direction to do the summon, but there was just a threat to summon. And the late Honorable Ntimama, who was the cabinet secretary, walked in 1 hour later and sat in committee room 9 and said, "Chairman, Clerk, I'm here. Where is the committee?" Yeah? He preempted the summoning. Now, in the new, that's why I'm saying the syllabus are changing too fast in the legislature. Now we are sending summons, including even 10 summons at a go, and short timelines, and a lot of things are happening. The changes that are happening, there is need for adaptability, quick adaptability. Senate and county assemblies are participants. They are conveners of the Legislative Summit. And the Senate Mashinani is an initiative that is hosted also by the county assemblies. Senate and county governments are participants, conveners of the devolution conference, and Parliament considers petition by members of public concerning operations of county governments and share role with the county assemblies. County assemblies consider petitions, and this is a matter that I will talk about it at the way forward. The report of the summit, which is the summit brings on board the president and the 47 governors. This report is a requirement of the law that it is tabled before the Senate, the National Assembly, and the county assemblies, because it says Parliament and the county assemblies. So it's supposed to be tabled in the two houses and be considered and feedback be provided. That is an avenue which allows both legislatures to look at the issues and probably even have a conference to see solutions that are required to implement some of those resolutions. Why linkages? Because it is both a constitutional, statutory requirement, and it's also a requirement by practice that there should be linkages between the Parliament and the county assemblies. Just noting a gap, if there's a legal counsel here, I've just noted a gap in my mind, that the Intergovernmental Relation Act lacks in framework. It just provides the way the president will interact with the cabinet, will interact with the governors, but the way the legislatures will interact, there's a gap in that law, and I hope that calls for an amendment. Source of mandate and expectation from the public, I think this one we can talk about the constitutional and legal framework, that both institutions derive mandate and authority from the Constitution, and both institutions are responsible for legislating. County laws must align with national laws and the Constitution. That brings a big debate on the issues of independence and whether we have a devolution or a decentralized system. So basically we have a devolution system where county laws should align with the national policy framework. Sources of mandate and expectations from the people. Both institutions draw their mandate and authority from the people of the Republic. They represent, legislate, and oversight the executive, both at the national government and the county government, and therefore the people place similar expectations on both institutions, expecting, for example, in the matters of public participation, the public are really demanding that they be engaged. And these are the people of Migori want their county assembly to involve them. The people of Homa Bay, power. The people of Homa Bay, yeah, they want to be involved. Fatuma, the people, she's walked out. Okay, I'll get to know the rest of us as we continue. Now, the conduct on how members carry themselves. Public place similar premium. If the people view their MPs and senators as like they're not representing our interest, then basically they will still feel that the MCAs are not representing their interests. Yeah, hawa tumewachagua tu lakini hakuna kitu wanatufanyia. It is similar. They are treated in a similar manner. So the source of mandate and expectation from public is similar, and therefore need to do linkages on how to manage public expectations and the frameworks and create serious frameworks of engagement. The nature of roles, those of the Senate as a primary link. The Senate is the most direct link institutional to bridge between the counties and the national government. We've talked, it is in the Article 96. They represent counties at the national level. They determine revenue, and I think that we have discussed. The big debate, procedural questions, enforcing speakers' directives, security concerns, guarding the symbols of power, that is the speaker and the mess in the house, the safety of members, staff, the safety of witnesses. Are they safe? What do you need to do as Sergeant at Arms with lessons? Which lessons can you share amongst yourselves, and what framework do you have to know how to do that? Because the presenter who was here said, security, the definition of security or how security is seen is different depending on the eyes of the viewer. And I was like, oh, okay. That is true. Because I saw during the GNC episode, the concern of the public was not like, oh my, there are so many. Oh my, are they armed? Oh goodness, the parliament is burning. Could it be a petrol bomb? Are they really our children, or they are criminals and terrorists who have entered in that team? Oh my, our members are in danger. Oh, I didn't hear that. Or did somebody hear that? I just heard, oh my, are our children going to be safe from these pigs? Oh God, I hope they are not going to shoot our children. The media was saying they are shooting them, they are killing them. They are, in fact, the only thing they talked about members is that they are running through the tunnel. And everybody else was able to know that there is a tunnel that you can use to escape. And like, thank God they didn't kill our children. Yeah? That is, they didn't say, thank God no member was yeah. So I really would I work for the legislature as a clerk. It's partly my responsibility to ensure that security is kept, and that is why I am here in solidarity with the Sergeant at Arms. However, the real task is really on your shoulders. How do you handle that? How do you handle where you have no public support, where the VIPs that you're supposed to secure, the staffers in Parliament who you're supposed to secure, the witnesses who had come to provide probably some petitions or they were within Parliament, how you are supposed to secure them? How do you secure when the public support is on the other side? Security issues and the way it is being viewed. Nature and roles of Sergeant at Arms, as our Senate as the primary link, you protect the interests of counties and their county governments. The Senate does not just protect counties from the enemies without. It protects from enemies within. It disciplines counties financially and politically. The dual role creates friction, and there is the critical role, and there is the critical role of the Sergeant at Arms. The friction that comes because of the constitutionally assigned mandates. Yeah. How come, that was Homa Bay, how come the Senate came here and declared our assembly a crime scene? Is that the concern, Power? It was the concern. Thank you very much. And the speaker even wrote here. So Parliament passes framework laws such as public finance, education, health standards, while counties pass localized laws tailored to county needs. It is important to mention in the big debate which we are not having that national policies often require county-level legislations for implementation. For example, a national health policy is useless unless county assemblies legislate budgets and create operational rules, therefore providing the linkage therein. Parliament approves the division of revenue bill. We've talked about all that, and the issues in the linkages, the issues of autonomy and the pass is really a critical question that we can discuss another time. The oversight and accountability loop, we have talked about it. County assemblies in which and Senate is the trial chamber, and Parliament audits frameworks, counties implement, and assemblies scrutinize implementation of the county budgets. So accountability is a multi-layered, but also prone to political shield by partisan alliances and across levels. And if you have realized in the meetings where you are seated as committees, you would realize that it is really, really, there's really, really a lot that goes in that requires a sergeant at arms to be alert. And I'm surprised, convener, that the sergeant at arms in this room are alert at this hour. I'm really surprised. They are all alert at this hour. So it is like not normal, because I've been in various meetings and it's almost impossible to find a team that is alert around lunch hour. Most of them are asleep. So you really thumbs up. In terms of intergovernmental relationships and conflict resolutions, there are disputes between national and county governments that involve legislation conflicts, resource allocation disagreements, and mandate overlap. It is just true that these are the same areas that have caused, that have weakened institutions. Because whenever such interlinkage crises happen, we expect that the institutional role clarity will come. But unfortunately, political solutions come. They deal with it politically and not legally. So, yeah. So political linkages, political parties operate across all levels. The ODM, power. ODM is in which county? Homa Bay? I mean, it is in Homa Bay County Assembly, the members, the MCAs, ODM party, are in Homa Bay County Assembly, and they are also in the Senate, and they are in the National Assembly. So the political party operation issues cross and party positions in terms of legislations, oversight, and other issues is crisscrossing the entire nation and assemblies and national legislatures because of the political parties. So national politics influence county decisions, and county leaders lobby parliament for resources. Similar parliamentary practice and procedures, we've talked about that. That legislative tools such as bills, motions, statements, petitions, questions, section of papers, and the procedures for considerations are similar, except with a little bit of little modification, just the way your prayer was a little bit modified. What was the word in the... Oh, there was glory in your prayer. Just a little bit modification from the prayer. So basically, we have similar jurisdictions. Critical areas for capacity building for sergeant at arms. We have lack of adequate skills among the sergeant at arms on changing dynamics as relates to security, conduct of members, public and political environment in emerging issues. emerging issues of debate produce different reactions across the sectors. And the skills are changing, and therefore the need for training. Need for training on emotional intelligence and resilience. Previously, when I joined Parliament, I'm seeing, you can lift your hand. Yes, you didn't have a lot of work. You would dress nicely in your Sergeant at Arms suit, and you are just nodding and doing this when members pass, because they were calm. But now things are changing. The dynamics are changing. A member in this floor said members are causing the insecurity even themselves. Yeah. You're the one who said it? Who said that? Some member. They're not my words. Need for emotional intelligence. The Sergeant at Arms need to be trained on emotional intelligence. Your nerves will be tested. You are holding your mouth. You are short of, yeah? Amma? I didn't say you are short of doing what. I just said you are holding your lips together. Yeah, so emotional intelligence on how to react, the resilience on how to manage your nerves, mediation and conflict resolution skills are very important, interpersonal skills on how to relate with others, the standing orders, parliamentary practice and procedure, what do I call myself? Oh yeah. I love parliamentary practice and procedure. I do love parliamentary practice and procedure. And I always feel that because it's lunch hour, it's lunch hour. So parliamentary practice and procedure is like, which is your favorite, let me still use you. Which is your favorite mboga? Samaki. Yes, thank you very much. His favorite is samaki. In fact, parliamentary practice and procedure is equivalent to samaki. And then now the legislative business, the bills, the motions, all that is equivalent to ugali. So you just take your ugali, yeah, you are legislating a bill, and you are hoping also. So you have parliamentary practice and procedure being that enables us to do legislation. Okay, so Powers and Privileges Act and the privileges that are available to members of parliament and to staff. I hope you are also aware as a Sergeant at Arms that you are protected by the Powers and Privileges Act. A lot of training and knowledge on this, even statutory provisions for Sergeant at Arms, is very critical. Handling of witnesses and handling of public. The Constitution requires that Parliament conducts its business in an open manner, like open the doors. The closed Parliament is not in the 2010 Constitution. It's not in our Kenya's Constitution. You need to open doors. Now, how do you handle the public and their demands? How do you handle witnesses? You are required, the speaker says, Sergeant at Arms, escort the member out. We used to throw members out. Now we escort members out. It's just that the manner of escorting and throwing has not changed. But that's a matter for another day. There is need to build physical strength. Fist fights among legislators is becoming the new normal. I didn't say that. Expunge it from the record. But from what you heard, the one that was just in from this microphone, there is need. And I think now we need to think about serving new fish and ugali, yeah? And other meals. And also you empowering yourself, going to the gym, doing things that make you stronger. Usikwe tu kigongwa hivi unaanguka na everything is gone. Yeah? Even you've realized it's not just escorting, it's not just complying with the speaker's sanctions, that is your work, and you need to be strong enough to do that. Even the mess is becoming more and more heavier. I've never carried the mess, but I'm suspecting. I've seen the chief. I've seen you just give the men who are a bit stronger and the women who are a bit stronger. Everybody should carry. You hear that? So you need to get to physical strength. Some things nobody will tell you, but I can tell you because when we are in a procession, I can see your legs shaking. So let me just tell you. How can the sergeant at arms put their boots and the ears on the ground on matter security? How come that there is chaos in the house or grave disorder, as the standing orders calls it? What happened with the intelligence? You are walking in the corridors of power. You are manning the gates. You are the estate administrator. You are literally around the eating place. You are all over in the offices. How come a member can easily lose a tooth? Where were you? Where is the knowledge, the intelligence that you need to avert procedurally? Because when this information is known, there is a way motions and orders in the order paper can be rearranged to avert that. It is important to design a curriculum for training and create benchmarking areas for sergeant at arms. Sergeant at arms to build linkages across security areas, practice and procedures as relates to their work, and share practice on security, technology, and institutional resilience. That is basically about building linkages. New security threats, not just physical, but digital security concerns, institutional preparedness. You see, Senate and National Assembly can pilot on something that is costly and find out that in the pilot, in the procuring a pilot system, it works and county assemblies can borrow. But the county assembly and the resource envelope you get is difficult to pilot, yeah? So it's important to have linkages. Now, on the way forward, social liaison competencies are a must requirement for sergeant at arms. Management of petitioners and the entire public. You saw the GNZ. If we really had a place, in fact, there was a suggestion, I had a suggestion that we put some 1 acre farm between Parliament, I don't know whether it was said yesterday, between the houses of legislature and the public. But I think that 1 acre creation is a room so that public can be able to come. They can do picketing. Then they know the rules. That tukifika kwa gate, the leader goes in front, presents the petition. We all of us clap. It is recorded, and we expect feedback. That will be invited, maybe by a newspaper, to come and hear the feedback on our petition. I think basically we need to find a way of managing the public and those social competencies are not within the sergeant at arms sometimes. Kwa sababu umesimama hapo umechoka kabisa. Watu wanasumbua. We still have the traditional closed door rules. So ukiona mtu mwenye ana badge, unafanya nini hapa? Unafanya nini hapa? Yeah, social liaison competencies are really a must. Institutionalization of human rights within the legislature. How do you manage the crowd with dignity, making people feel dignified when they come to their legislature? And how do we make it cross-pollinate across the counties? Statutory protected operational independence for sergeant at arms, where there is a legislative security framework for legislatures, interlinkages and partnership with other stakeholders that are responsible for security, creation of standard operation procedures to be part of the statutes and the standing orders. Clearly, if it is create a task force, in my own mind, you need to create a, Fatima, I hope she's back. She was asking, how do we do it? Create a task force before you leave this room, on how some of those things can be done. And then explore with the legal councils within the National Assembly and the Senate and the county assemblies on which part of the law can be amended. If it is if you need a new statutes that establishes the sergeant at arms as an arm of security, the responsible for the, I don't know, I'm thinking, you are the practitioners, you know, thank you, you said you are the practitioners, you know exactly what could work for you. You need to do that. You need to do that. You also need to find a way of learning how to relate, the structure of relating with the stakeholders. If there was an attack, how do you coordinate? If it is terrorism, how do you deal with it? If it is just petty criminal, how do you deal with it? If it is our children, but with a petrol bomb in their hand, how do you deal with it? If it is just an innocent citizen who feels that I should be heard and I'm not being heard. This parliament is too closed, but innocent, no meaning, no harm. Just want their voice to be heard before you represent them in the legislature. How do you handle that? I think you just basically need that. And this has to be in the law. If it is Powers and Privileges Act that you need to enhance, then you codify what you have there in the standing orders. Somehow, that has to be done. And that will then follow what we call legislative security funding. It is impossible, it's impossible to get that training you want in that county assembly if there is no fund, even within the Senate, to pull you on board and to collaborate and to link on how you can get capacity building. If there is no fund, there is no way. If you see the vote heads in legislature and also the executive and also your county assembly, there is no vote head on this. Yet this is, somebody was worried about the work of Sergeant at Arms being obsolete. You know that word, Major, because we also give you obsolete documents, computers, things that we don't use. You are the estate manager as well. It is impossible for Sergeant at Arms' job to go away soon. So I think it is important that you put it in a framework, in a legal framework, so that it is easy to work, it's easy to recruit, it is easy to train, it is easy to set the standards for training, requirements, criteria, and all the other issues, and also allow other people to move in. Make it big, make it huge, make it serious. It's possible to do that. And it will be done by a task force. I can even see the members of the task force. They're looking at me right now. So thank you very much. I think that is pretty it. Thank
you so much, Madam Emmy. A round of applause for Madam Emmy. So straight on, I want to invite the discussant, who is very critical in this engagement on linkages. And her name is Dr. Brenda Ogembo. She's the head of Senate Liaison Office. I'm sure a lot of you guys have been able to be processed through our office. Madam Emmy, come and discuss the presentation. Oh, sorry, Brenda.
Thank you. Can I move this laptop? Thank you. Good afternoon. You know, it's very dangerous when you're speaking and you're standing between people and their lunch. I was looking, I was seeing it's 1:30. So I know people are looking at me and saying, I hope you do not have 20 slides because we cannot see them. There'd better be 2. I promise I will be very quick. I just want to give some reflections. I'm the discussant, I'm not the presenter. I just want to give some thoughts for reflection. As you have been told, I currently serve as the acting head of the Senate Liaison Office. The Senate Liaison Office, I know, I have seen, in fact, some of the faces when I look out, some of them look familiar. I may not know the name, but the faces definitely look familiar. So the Senate Liaison Office was created when the Senate first came into place, or established, by the leadership of the Senate. And the purpose of creating this office was to ensure that the Senate had some kind of engagement. How do we establish a framework of engaging with counties and the various devolution stakeholders? I can hear myself in an echo. It's okay? Okay. So It's very disruptive, but it's fine. So I think Amy was mentioning that when you look at the Intergovernmental Relations Act and how that was structured, there was no linkage, thank you, there was no linkage between the Senate and county assemblies. The summit provides a link between county governments and the national government. But there was no link between the Senate and county assemblies. And so the leadership of the Senate, in its wisdom, established the Senate Liaison Office to enable the Senate to be able to engage with county assemblies in a structured manner. And so with time, the office has grown, and we've structured ourselves around three main pillars. So partnerships, we have three pillars: partnerships, linkages, and outreach. And that includes our programs on resource mobilization, public engagement initiatives, the voluntary service scheme, which I know some of your assemblies have adopted, having come to the Senate on benchmarking, the student internship and attachment programs, among others. And then we have another pillar on knowledge management, research, and innovation, where we have some of the work we're doing around the Devolution County Watch, strategic foresight, supporting caucuses, post-legislative scrutiny, so helping the Senate think about the changing ways, the ways in which Parliament is changing and innovation within the legislative space. Now, the one that I know many of you have engaged with is our pillar on capacity development, which is both internal and external, but really it is not structured on theoretical learning, which many of you do at CPSD. It's about facilitating when you want to come for hands-on learning by doing. So you come for your benchmarking visits, you come for your attachments. That's within the Senate. I know that the National Assembly has a similar framework, but I know you write to Parliament all the time wanting to come for benchmarking visits, attachments, study visits, and also what we have designed as a county legislative attachment program, the CLAP program, which I think some of your colleagues may have attended, even if nobody in this room has done. And so these programs become kind of the actual strategic and connective tissue that the Senate uses to engage with county assemblies. And because we receive both members and we also receive staff. So the Constitution provides for us kind of this large blueprint of how we are going to engage. But it's these relationships that then become the kind of institutional linkages, the oil that operates the machine, if you will, so that we don't have friction and continuous, kind of a fractious relationship between the two levels of government. So some of the things that I want us to think about as we think about this is when at the Senate Liaison Office, when we host you on benchmarking visits, initially when it started, we're really focused on kind of technical stabilization. And I think for the senior leadership here, those who are the chief and the deputy, it was very much about ensuring that there was actual structures. In the early days, a lot of officers from Parliament actually went to establish those units because people had very basic questions. What does a scheme of service look like? What are we supposed to do when we come to work on day one? Yeah? How do we actually build standards for us to operate? And now, almost how many years in are we? Are we 12, 15 years in? It's been a while, isn't it? There's a lot more growth. Counties actually know what is expected of them. Nobody's asking, what are we doing on day one? How are we going to manage transition when we have a new county assembly? And so the relationship has begun to evolve. But with evolution means that there's complexity. Yeah, the hand-holding has kind of changed to partnership and collaboration. We're actually equals now. There's no hierarchical relationship per se, particularly among colleagues. And that's where you have begun to see the evolution of societies, because what the interest is developing communities of practice. You see the one for the Society of Clerks at the table. There's this one for the Society of Serjeant at Arms. There's a Hansard Society. There's a county librarians. And continuously we see the request from counties to develop communities of practice where people can meet and discuss as equals that how do we actually develop standards and protocols? How do we deal with complex problems that are emerging in the legislative space? How do we ensure that there's similarity, if you will, across how we operate in the legislative space? There's even one for members of the Budget Office. And one of the things that we do at the Senate Liaison Office, it's not always effective for all societies, but we're able to support resource mobilization to support the communities of practice that you have created. Those who have been very successful at this, and I'm sure you know, is the Society of Clerks at the table. They've been very key in, help in ensuring that as we mobilize resources, we're able to support them. But that is mainly because they played a key role in establishing the County Assemblies Forum and the Legislative Summit that I'm sure you all attend. And so I think some of the reflections here at a doing level, at a community or practice level, is how do we leverage the resources that exist at the national level to be able to support the growth of the society of sergeants at arms, right? And really, how do we ensure that in these communities of practice, when we do benchmarking visits, how do they evolve to actually respond to the needs that sergeant-at-arms have when they come to Parliament? You know, what do they need to learn? Beyond coming to know this is the maze, I think we've now passed there, but there are certain resources that they may not have within their county assemblies. For example, I'm sure there's county assemblies, I could be wrong, please, if I'm wrong, please don't stone me. Some of you may not have protocol departments, and so you're the ones who actually lead the protocol. But oftentimes when I see you coming on attachment, you just want to stay with your colleagues. I don't really see you writing. I've never seen a sergeant-at-arms letter that has told me, we are coming to Parliament and we want to be attached to protocol to understand what we're going to do about public engagement. I've never seen. It's always that you want to come and do the house business. And yet many of you are actually leading protocol and public engagement work, which is one of the most critical aspects for our legislatures as we see increased levels of decline in public trust. But I don't see those requests. Yeah, and those are things that we need to begin to reflect on. Another one, I'll come back a bit to that when I talk about legislative diplomacy and the roles that you're playing there. The other way in which we link to county assemblies is through the County Legislative Tracker, which is our biggest digital nexus, and we track the legislation that's actually being enacted in county assemblies. For a long time, nobody knew what a county assembly is doing. If a member of parliament or a senator came, or a member of the National Assembly came and said, you know, what legislation is being enacted in Baringo County Assembly? Nobody knew. I mean, unless you have a contact in Baringo who can tell you, you could not track. Now, this is not perfect, but the reason we developed this is so that senators and members of the national level can actually know what is happening, what is kind of the legislative discussion that's taking place at the county level. So it became our biggest digital nexus to the business of county assemblies. There's still room for it to grow. We engage with, we are always there. My staff from the Senate Liaison Office regularly visit the county assemblies to try and encourage them to upload the legislation so that not only do members know what's happening in the county assemblies, it's also about ensuring that there's public access to knowing what is happening in the county assemblies, because we know that not all county assemblies have either the capacity or have not yet initiated the ability to put the legislation and what they're doing online in the same way that the national parliament has. And so this allows support for that real-time monitoring. And then, of course, I've talked about the work that we do in terms of benchmarking knowledge, benchmarking visits and attachments and all of that. So how do we ensure, and I think this is something that you need to reflect on as you develop the society, how do we ensure that we use the society to ensure that the capacity that exists, when people come on benchmarking visits, how do we ensure that what they learn, the capacity building sessions, that institutional memory actually resides within the society? That it's not about a person, that when there's significant transition within the various legislatures, the society can still step in to support and ensure that any person who is recruited as you transition, the progress within the service, within the sergeant-at-arms, but also the lessons and how you're evolving is actually carried within that. The protocols, the standards, the documentation, and what resources do you need from that? And also, how does that society actually lead the thinking about how sergeant-at-arms' role is actually changing within the legislative space? So it actually becomes the holder of the community of practice through its development of standardized guidelines, protocols, information sharing, monitoring, and advising on evolving staff needs within the space of sergeant-at-arms. And that this is, in large ways, it may not be identical, but there's actual similarity. That we know that the standards for public engagement are the same at the sub-national level as they are at the national level. And I think there's a lot of room there to actually be able to develop joint trainings and the curriculums that are being said, and then to customize based on the capacities, because the county assembly in Lamu is definitely not the same as the county assembly of Nairobi. And their needs are very different. And the skill sets that they need to be given are also significantly different. So that is just thinking about kind of how you actually design and the role that we play at the Senate Liaison Office in terms of benchmarking visits. And I think Amy has talked a lot about it, but that is just to give you some food for reflection. When it comes to the issue of legislative diplomacy and public engagement, this one, I mean, when it comes to public engagement, those who know me know that I can be on this topic forever, but I will try to be very brief. I think the first one that I want to mention, and people talk a lot about this, how people who work in the Sergeant-at-Arms department came and you're recruited and has continued to be from the military or the police, and you come to Parliament with a security-centric mindset. And that's a very good thing, because you provide the security, and you've always been the ones who kind of center the security of Parliament. However, as you come to Parliament, and everybody has talked about soft skills, and I agree, Amy, you're right, this presentation should have come on day one and informed everything else, but still, I think it's still important that we bring these things. As you come to Parliament, there then needs to be a shift in how you engage. It's not about letting go of your security-centric mindset, but also understanding that you're dealing with civilians. And your engagement with civilians actually informs how civilians and how members behave and affect public trust of Parliament. The reason I'm emphasizing this, I was recently in a meeting of civil society, this Civil Society Parliamentary Engagement Network, and consistently across the board, one of the things I had, and these are senior civil society who have come to Parliament, they come to present and make presentations, and one of the things they tell us is that when it comes to visiting, and maybe this is a problem with the National Parliament, but I want you at the county assembly level to translate it to the civil society agencies that you engage with at that level. They were saying that when they have junior staff, perhaps those who are not recognized by face, they don't want to come to Parliament, because they're afraid of how they're going to be treated by Sergeant-at-Arms. Not that they're going to be mistreated, but there's a sense in which, how do they put it? They're like, sometimes you're made to feel like an outsider. We know the relationship, let us be honest, we know the relationship that Kenyans have traditionally had with discipline forces. There's a sense that somebody's just about to, you're doing the wrong thing. You see somebody in uniform and I must be doing the wrong thing. You freeze where you are, isn't it? And so there's a sense where they feel that in order to come to Parliament, the director of, let's say, Mzalendo must be the one to come and actually present to the committee. That is problematic, because the Constitution actually provides that Parliament must have open access. And there's a lot of literature written about this. Parliaments were never designed or built to actually be accessible to the public. The design, the architecture of parliaments, and this is researched, and you can actually find a lot of literature around this. It is not designed, the modeling and the infrastructure is not designed to be accessible to the public. So this has come about as a result of changing dynamics, changing environments, and how citizens are changing and constitutions are changing, and the people to then lead that. If you have a design of Parliament, if you think about the gates, the security, there's so many layers for people to come in. The message that the architecture of Parliament sends is that you should stay out. And so the person to lead that charge that, no, actually you should come in, this is the house of the people, is a Sergeant-at-Arms. It's not really members, to be very honest. It's a Sergeant-at-Arms. And how then are you changing the training of Sergeant-at-Arms to live in the duality that they now must exhibit? They must exhibit the security-centric mindset, but they must also exhibit this mindset where they actually serve as the people who open the doors to Parliament and begin to recultivate that issue of public trust, right? So as I mentioned, I was saying, it then means beginning, and within that curriculum, developing protocol and teaching skills. So many times, whenever I have students or I have young people, I will always ask the Sergeant-at-Arms. We work together very closely with protocol in the Senate. We have a very good relationship, and I'm sure also in the National Assembly, because we are always being referred either to the protocol team or to the Sergeant-at-Arms team. What about in your assemblies? Some of you may not have that protocol team, as I said, and so it's you. And some of the things that we're seeing, you have a school. Recently, we've increasingly been seeing, and I'm sure the Sergeant-at-Arms officers here can attest, younger and younger students coming to Parliament. Spending hours telling a student in Standard 2 about the history of Parliament, they lost interest on the second sentence. So how are you developing the materials? Who are you waiting to develop those materials? It's going to be yourselves. So are you building the skill sets or dividing or organizing your Sergeant-at-Arms departments to be able to reflect that, particularly in county assemblies? What materials do you have to be able to ensure that people in your counties are engaged at different levels, regardless of what age they are, to know how they can access and engage Parliament? Yeah? How do you actually have the capacity to be able to teach, and are you cultivating those skills? And that's something that needs to be reflected about when designing the curriculum. The other thing that I think I wanted to mention is the issue of how the world is changing, and we've all talked a lot about how the public is changing, and we're dealing with a public that is increasingly emotional, and there's a lot of digital disruption, yeah? And so the role of Sergeant-at-Arms, when you think about it in the long term, will increasingly change from managing physical crowds. There's still that aspect, but there's going to be a huge component of this that is going to be about maintaining the integrity of the deliberative space of Parliament. And that requires some very critical thinking about how you do that, yeah? As Amy has said, how do you secure chamber voting systems? How do you secure information manipulation? We constantly hear everybody talking about, oh, we need to move towards paperless parliaments. We need to reduce the amount of paper that we have in Parliament. What kind of security systems? What is the kind of security reflection that you're thinking about when you talk about things like that? The emergence, I understand yesterday they talked a lot about this, issues of deep fakes, yeah? Think about it, Sergeant-at-Arms, you're the ones who secure the security within Parliament. You wake up tomorrow, there's audio that is circulating on TikTok, and it is your speaker, it is his voice, and he's in cahoots, and everybody knows that the finance minister was in Parliament yesterday, or the CEC for finance, and they're hatching a deal in a corner, and somebody is recording, and it's his voice. But you know that did not happen. You know, because you're obviously maintaining the intelligence in Parliament. What do you do? What are the protocols for dealing with that? What is the first step? Because the Sergeant-at-Arms, you're the chief, is the first person to be called. This thing is going on. I can find it. Who recorded me? Or there was no recording. I did not say this, you know? So how are we actually manipulating? Deepfakes, as we began to see, are going to become so real that we cannot tell the difference between what was manipulated and what has actually been created. Or if our members, social media, we all know that our members love social media. They've been hacked. Who is the first person they're calling? Somebody is posting on my social media. There's a video of something somebody has posted of me. I did not do that. I did not say that. And once the information is out there, how you can't recollect it. It's already gone. It's out. Everybody has seen it. To try and correct it is close to impossible. What are the training skills that are being developed around this? So thinking in long term, thinking about how the world is changing. Does the Sergeant-at-Arms actually have training on foresight and long-term governance? Anticipatory governance, I mean, I know within the military it is a standard, but I think within the Sergeant-at-Arms service, it increasingly needs to be, because the world is changing so rapidly. Assumptions that we had for years, even about global alliances, are rupturing as we watch. And the place of many of our countries, particularly countries like Kenya, we know the leading African countries, are going to become even more critical. Yeah? And places like Parliament will become some of the battlegrounds in which some of those fights are fought. So it's important that you begin to think about that, how demographics are changing. I've had us all talking about Gen Z, and I constantly think to myself, let us assume that on June 24th, something very different had happened. They did not decide to storm Parliament. They decided that we're going to go and we'll launch our fight inside Parliament. We're not going to come from outside. So we open, it's public access, you're allowed. There are thousands of them sitting there to watch, and this is the same for your county assemblies, and they're waiting. They're waiting for the members to start debating. They're in the public gallery. And then they start throwing eggs. They start invading the chamber. They're inside already. The public was not, you know, in many ways the Sergeant-at-Arms escaped because the people who took action were not the Sergeant-at-Arms, at least to the public. They did not see you. Had it been you, what would have been the cause of action? Amy was talking about the member in Kericho. We've all seen that video. She says the dress was up in the air. Had that been a member of the public, would she have been restrained that way? And whose sympathies would the public have been with in that instance? It would not have been with the members. It would not have. So how do we prepare ourselves? What is that separation, or how do we exist in that duality of if we have to deal with the public, and these are also our clients? I think the thing here is we've always thought our clients are only members of Parliament. You actually, the people who allow those members of Parliament to sit and exist there is the public. And so they are your clients. And because your role is to maintain order, that reflection and that awareness to manage that relationship lies with you. Finalizing. I'll be very quick. And so I want to bring two things to your attention. One of the things that I think perhaps you need to be reflecting on, thinking when you think about long-term governance, is that there's a possibility, and you increasingly hear it, that as members of Parliament begin to get very afraid, as public trust declines, there's a sense that people want to close the doors. We've brought people too close. Let's push them back a little more. But that, A, the Constitution does not provide that, and B, people, as you push them further, the trust begins to decline, right? So exclusion is not really the answer, and I think one of the presenters mentioned that here today. We actually have to ensure that we're utilizing intelligence that does not allow us to fear people. they actually have access, because also when you bring them closer is when you can actually manage and maintain them and contain them. Keeping them farther is just lighting tinder to a fire that's already going. And that is something that Sergeant at Arms must lead the charge on. And so an example that I want to give, and I'm sure some of the Sergeant at Arms here already know, in the UK House of Commons, the Sergeant at Arms team is critical to public engagement, not in terms of just facilitating it, but in terms of managing security and emergent risks because of things like terrorism. So for example, on the Gen Z protest, I'm sure within the Sergeant at Arms, we had spoken with Chief, there was a lot of administrative briefing, what you were hearing, what you were seeing. Was there a briefing for members to de-escalate? Did the Sergeant at Arms ever sit, the way the budget officers sit, make their presentation, legal counsel sit, make their presentation? Where is the security briefing about where the public sits on this issue? Advising members, perhaps you need to de-escalate your tone. They're free to do what they want to do, but you have told them. Saying it at an administrative level, and it is not part of what is being discussed here, means that you cannot always intervene. And that is thinking about the long term. Maintaining order is going to shift from ceremony to actually managing relationships as the public shifts and those relationships begin to change. The other, and I know you discussed this and I'm done, is on AI. In the US, the guidance and the person who manages the security and the direction of artificial intelligence is actually the Chief Sergeant at Arms. He's actually the chief guide, the Sergeant at Arms Chief Information Officer. He's the one who issues the guidelines on artificial intelligence. Yeah, about access and about maintaining order and ensuring that even the information of Parliament and how it is processed is actually guided through the Sergeant at Arms office. And yet we know that Congress has its congressional police. So reflecting on why those strategic choices have been made. And so I think it is very critical that even as you design the curriculum, the Sergeant at Arms has to really be at the forefront, particularly in terms of thinking about the security of Parliament, how Parliament is going to evolve, having that long-term governance approach, imagining the scenarios, yeah, that other House staff do not have sometimes the luxury to be able to see. And so this society allows you, because sometimes at a county assembly level, you can't always do that. This society allows you to leverage on the multiplicity of resources that you have so that you can use this kind of community of practice to develop the standards, share them, and ensure that everybody is at the same place rather than, you know, kind of leaving some people behind or because they don't have the capacity. And then the issue has erupted in Lamu because of some violence there, and now the house was raided and everybody is trying to fight that fire. I think with that, I want to end there. Thank you very much.
We really appreciate your presentation. A number of things have been covered, right from the constitutional provisions, Article 93, 94, 94, 95, 96, which underpins the mandate. The standing orders has been mentioned. Issues of areas of linkages, right from how resources are shared all the way. Issues of adversarial governance, you know, and then strategic choices that we need to make as a people so that we can be able to survive in the future. So I know you have a lot of questions for the presenters and the discussant, but I want to ask you kindly, just note down your questions. We'll have a forum for plenary because we still have more presentations to make so that at least we can proceed to the most critical time for lunch. And then we come back. Then we engage the next presenters, and then we have a plenary for everything. Is that the way we do everything? We do one presentation now? Kauli, your sugar is low. So we are being requested that please let's spare a little time. Okay? It is very important that we manage everything so that we started late and we have more presentations to make. We've just had tea now, though we didn't have snacks, didn't you? Huh? Yeah. So, no, Kauli, let's handle it. So, let's be patient, reserve our questions, and then we move to the next stage. So that we don't waste much time, I don't know who is the convener. Njuki, Rose, take over, please. Can we appreciate the presenters? By the way, makofi ya kilo. No. Tufanye Nyayo style, huh? Moja, mbili, tatu. Endelea. Njuki, as you come over to present. Funga, fungua. Thank you so much.
Our panelists, please come over. We have Major Sorobit, Major Masinde, and Nixon Mutai. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Rosary Ndegi Njuki, Senior Sergeant at Arms of the National Assembly, and by extension, from Embu County. Allow me to introduce the third presentation of the day. It's on standardization of operations towards a national Sergeant at Arms operational framework. We have our panelist, Major Retired Samson Sorobit, OGW Director, Sergeant at Arms, Senate. Major Retired Bernard Masinde, Acting Director, Sergeant at Arms, National Assembly. Mr. Nixon Mutai, Chief Sergeant at Arms, Narok County Assembly. Now, allow me to introduce our a word of applause for Major Retired Joel Gobitu. Daktari, karibu.
Thank you, Rose. In the view of managing time, what is the time by your watch? 5 minutes to 2. So we could go for lunch at 20 past. Is that okay? I'm trying to do this so that when we come back in the afternoon, we shall have 2 presentations, the crucial one, and then one more from NIS and DCI, and then we go to the way forward. So to kaze mshipi kidogo, maybe our facilitators, you realize that we are getting closer home. The issues that now we shall be discussing are more closer home about ourselves. Just before I do this, we have a special guest in the house who was supposed to be with us yesterday. He was supposed to be the discussant for Ekwe Eduro speaker, but he was held up somewhere. All of you have seen him, our former Chief Sergeant at Arms in the National Assembly, who retired just a few months ago. And we wanted to get the honor of having his experience, but I'll give him a chance to just say hi, and then we continue with the program. Mr. Lekulo, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jambo. We. Wa. Hiyo sio Serjeant. Amuka. Mumechoka. Stand up. Simama. Sergeants. We. Wa. Karibuni sana. Kama nyinyi ndio mnanikaribisha. Aya, asanteni. Thank you, Mr. Ngobitu, and all protocols observed. My name's Lois Lekulo, a former Sergeant at National Assembly. I'm pleased to be with you, and I would like to thank the convenience of this particular conference. The chiefs, I think nyinyi wote mko hapa sio? Chief Sorobit, Masinde, and Ngobitu. This is a very good venture as Sergeant at Arms. I think my notes are with your secretariat. I couldn't make it yesterday because I had an issue. But I would like just to mention 3 things about you as Sergeant at Arms. And most of these things have been captured by the presenters. Dr. Nani and Amy. In fact, what I wanted to say is exactly what Amy and Dr. have said. Look at the incision of the Sergeant. Nafikiri, in Parliament, those years were taken kama askari ya mkono. Those ones of us who are there. But when I look at this room, bado muko askari ya mkono. Si mumesoma. Si muko na masters. Si muko na madaktari. Sisi bado ni watu wa mkono. Na kwa sababu mumesoma, and you have that knowledge, mumesoma juu ya Sergeant at Arms in the history of the world. Nani anaweza kuniambia yes tumesoma? I'm saying this because of the uniqueness of Sergeant. I've traveled a lot for my 21 years in Parliament. When you go to all those institutions, including the House of Commons, tumeenda mara mingi na chief, those conferences, you realize you have a unique role as a Sergeant at Arms. And that's why the institution of Parliament places you in a very central place in its management. Look at Parliament. Parliament ni kama ministry. Tuko na ministry ngapi siku hizi serikali? Ngapi? Sisi nasema ngapi? 22. But look at your institution. There is only one parliament in Kenya. Apart from the other devolved units. And that one places you in a very unique place. For legislative function, that legislature is the only one, whether it is in a county or anything. So as a Sergeant at Arms, remember the institution which you are managing is a very unique institution. It's very unique. And that's why when the roles of Parliament are articulated, that is the legislative representation and oversight, that is the only institution which does that. So kumbuka, you are a special person in a special institution. And why are you special? There's something Amy mentioned. The symbol of authority in Parliament is bestowed on you. Hakuna directorate ngine? Iko? And what is this symbol of authority? It's a mess. It is you only who has that power. Si mujipigie makofi. Munaniangalia and you are very special, sio? Eh? That is what makes you unique. Number 2, the directive of the speaker are enforced by who? Speaker always hit a clerk. Umei go on a speaker may hit a clerk. Eh? How is he? How is he? And that places you in a very unique position. Very unique position. And thirdly, it is only the sergeant who has skills at arms. Unajua skills at arms? Si ndio? That's why you are sergeant at arms. The weapons in that place, the custody of everything, those arms are under the sergeant at arms. And that's why you are placed in a very special place as sergeant at arms. Musiondoke leo, mukijiuka. Eh? It is political. It's like clerk's office. It's like speaker's office. That's why he's the officer of the house. Where's he put the position as sergeant at arms as just a normal director? No. Sergeant at arms is a very unique political office. Maybe nilikaa as acting karibu mwaka 10 na kitu because of politics. Inaadvertisiwa. Nasikia. It is the only political office, just like the clerk's office. And that one places you in a very unique position as sergeant at arms. There's something Amy and Nani mentioned. The issue of intelligence. It is only you who is the ear and the eyes of the speaker. It is you who is the ear and the eyes of the speaker. And that's why your office is the only office which can go directly to the speaker. It's only the sergeant. The rest of the people must go first to the clerk for them to see the speaker. But the sergeants go directly. And they are here. Your bosses are here. We go directly. When we have an issue to brief the speaker, you don't go. You just go straight to the speaker. And that's why what Amy and Dr. said, one of the things you are forgetting is intelligence gathering. That is squarely on you. Squarely on sergeant. Squarely on sergeant. Clerk asubuhi, we normally, Masinde and Major knows, we normally have briefings every Tuesday before we have the speaker's briefing. The speaker must know, leo hii nyumba itakuwa namna gani. As a sergeant, you must have collected enough information to tell and brief the speaker. That is one thing I need you to enhance after this function. Mwende mukwe intelligence officers. Sawa sawa. It is mentioned, it has been mentioned by the two presenters. Mwende, because that is one of the things which is lacking. When I want to unashunga mess, you don't look, you don't see. And whatever is happening outside parliament normally comes back to parliament. Ukiona gathering kama ile ya juzi ya ODM, by this time unajua as a sergeant, ni nini ndio watu weka masikio yako huko. That's why you are the ears and the eyes of the speaker. Otherwise, sina mengi. I wish you the best. And to the leadership, please, there is something, there is a security fund, which has been mentioned. There is that curriculum which is supposed to be developed. Please, it will really assist us to be independent. It will really assist the sergeant to be independent. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lekulo. you have a place in our midst. If you look at your program on the next presentation, which is about our society, the last bullet I put there was intentional. I asked, what is the role of retired sergeant at arms in the association? That is what I was thinking when I put that last bullet. But straight away to what we have to do now, as I said, we are closing home. Bonalekulo, we must first form ourselves so that we move as an object. During my training, I was told that when you are a platoon and you're marching, you don't move as if you are a snake. You move like an object that is together. When you step together. When you lift your legs, you lift together. So now the way we are, there are some whose leg is up, others is down. You are slow march, wengine yao ni fupi, wengine ni mrefu. So what are we talking about? We first become a standard unit, and then we move forward. See, there's somebody who was taken to court because of the size of the bread they were making. What is the standard size of bread in Kenya today? 400. It used to be 500, and then it was brought down to. If you make a bread in Kenya that is $3.99, you will be in a lot of problems. So, can we become a whole bread of 400 grams? That is what we are trying to do. We want to standardize our procedures. I'll talk much because there's nothing in these slides. We want to be the same where possible. We have achieved the first one. At least county assemblies are in the same shade of dress, for example. The same shade of dress. See, most of you are in blue. The National Assembly is in green. So are we getting, there are assemblies that used to have some green, others used to have some red, but now you can say the same. But are we totally the same? There are assemblies that embrace, you are an officer who is on duty, Kilifi. Kilifi embrace keeping beards while you're in uniform. Nairobi doesn't embrace. National Assembly, who am I embrace? Beards. Well, in attire. Military, you don't. We borrow from standards from various places. So what is this standard that we are borrowing? Can we be able to say this is our standard? So very quickly, I would want to say that there is need for sergeant at arms to have a framework in Kenya. Every time, everybody who has spoken today here has talked about two things: framework and standards. Framework and standards. The program was supposed to flow with those mentions of standards and framework until we come to our own framework now. So, and it is not foreign English. Framework ni ile frame ya dirisha tu. You tengeneza frame and then you fix a window pane. So, can we make our structure so that now we fit into those window panes? Tuko na chassis, ifitiwe body ya bus, alafu ndio tufanye nini? Road test. Because we have fragmentations across the counties, and we know our strategic importance in matters of registration and security. So the purpose of this presentation is as shown on that slide. We shall cover those issues and draw some lessons from other jurisdictions. Like Chief has said, we have where we can borrow. We are not even making afresh. We borrow what we can borrow, and then we keep what is necessary for us. The current challenges that we have is lack of standardization procedures, practices. There are county assemblies that will do operations without the mace being in place. There are others who will not bow to the mace. There are others who will sit not looking at the mace. It is, there's no standard. We have no SOPs that marry us together. As much as you operate in, the counties operate in a lower level, why can't we have then one for all the counties? If we can't have one that matches with the mandate of the National Parliament, we have one that is uniform for all the counties, and then one that is for the bigger parliament. Can we achieve that? And then from there we move forward. There's been limited coordination among ourselves. We have just come together because we have the association that is registered. Now we can communicate at least, but we still have some on the other. Si unajua ile forum ingine, they're in the bank. They have not yet come to the registered members. So we are not yet coordinated. There are those who are totally not aware of what is happening today. 17 are not here. And please, I hope, Awiti, you have recorded those that are not here for the purposes of our minutes to come. We see how we communicate to them. And then there is no unified national doctrine of what we operate. That is what we are looking for. That is what we shall develop. Then why professional? We need to define the sergeant at arms as a structured cadre of people. That is what Brigadier General was talking about. He was shortly saying that we should have a corps of sergeants. It's a body that has all sergeants in Kenya, that anybody wanting any services from for sergeant at arms can just go to that corps and pick sergeant at arms, because they are all trained in standard. They are all the same in all aspects. So you don't worry, because counties are encouraged to employ 25% from outside their counties. Why is Garissa? Are you from Garissa? Your local home? You are born in Garissa. That is, who works out of his county? Oh, there is Nyandarua. Nyandarua. See, there is a guy from Nyanza who works there. From Teso. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You don't need to care where you come from. You are a standard professional. So we will enhance efficiency, we improve coordination when we standardize. But the move here is, why are we doing the same thing differently? And we identify with one theme. So we should standardize, and then we become excellent. So we just look at what are the legal policies that can bring us together. We need to harmonize, clarify our mandates, and then strengthen our enforcement authority. We have been told here, when you hold a member, how are you going to justify that it is justified I had to throw this member out of the chamber? So from which authority do we draw our enforcement? We shall be able to look at that. I have talked about SOPs. I would want to take a little bit of time on that. Number one, uniform procedures. Apart from the matching and everything, what is it that you think we need to look at? Do we need to standardize the way we dress, especially on the insignias that we put on ourselves? Can it look neater? A life experience. Yesterday, I met an officer from Migori, Vihiga. Are you in the house? No, Bungoma. Hey, what happened yesterday? Just a quick one, shout, they will hear.
To the Navy commander, and we corrected that.
So what did I do immediately?
You told me to remove, and we did that, and you told us we have to borrow from what you always do.
I thought I'm reflecting this. Wapi? Masinde. It's not showing. This is very important. You have to see it. So I met. It was not his fault. It might be that we have not been candid in what we were discussing, or we have not discussed about it. Yesterday I saw there was that general. There was a brigadier from Garissa. There were so many colonels. And I thought friction of institutions should be avoided. You cannot wake up today and put on the ranks of Aunos PD. And you just walk. Who comes from not, was it Migori? Who comes from Migori? Power. Do you remember your enforcement officers? Yes, county enforcement officers. What had they clad themselves during the Obando's government? The chief enforcement officer was putting on an equivalent dress with the OCPD of Migori. And he would appear in meetings. He even had an ADC with the lanyard and everything, and he would appear in meetings. I mean, it was just a total chaos. This one at least must show. So, kama iko kwa slide ni sawa. Asante. So, let's not collide with institutions. Let us be our own. And I'm giving this advice for free and for the last time, because I have always communicated in groups, tried to tell you that we are not doing what we are supposed to be doing. Even if we miss anything else, we can even conclude with this about standardization, and then we can standardize other things before. So this gentleman from Bungoma was putting on, not even Major General, the CDF's rank is what he was putting, copyright of that one on both shoulders. Garissa, which one is yours here, the one you wear? Garissa, si wewe unavaa brigadier? Si hiyo ndio ulikuwa umevaa jana? Is it true or not true? That is what you were putting on yesterday. So how many other colonels did you see yesterday? Very many, and there were a lot of no one even wanted to be a major. No one wanted to be major. It was colonel and above. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying is this. We have borrowed a lot from the Navy, and I tell you why. Major Bange came from the Navy. I also came from the Navy. And when he was designing the uniform for the Senate for the first time, he told me he would like something that looks similar, but not Navy. Me, I was still serving. He actually requested for my number 5 dress. Uniform, nimulete, akuja aone vile ataikarabati. So he did it and he removed. So what you need to note here, the strips, those strips are universal. Even a pilot will wear those strips. Si munaonanga pilots wakivaa? But have you ever seen anyone with a loop? Have you ever seen anyone with a loop? Loop is that circle thing. That is the loop. To avoid conflicts, please, if you have uniform with that loop, just remove it. Use the bars. Use the bars. You have seen my uniform, you have seen Chief's uniform. Put as many bars as you want. Because some of you, I can see you are putting 20, 10, 5. Decorate as you want. But that one now we shall come to it and say we standardize. We say chiefs from all counties will be like this. And then others will automatically follow. so that we don't have one chief who looks like a field marshal, another one looks like a corporal, and they are all chiefs. So can we at least achieve this from this meeting? So we agree in our forum and say the official dress is like this. You will get this slide and go with it. You can even open on Google, you'll see the ranks that are supposed to be there. Because mwingine si ataamua avae za army, na mwingine avae za Air Force, mwingine za Kenya Police. So can't we have our own that don't belong to anybody else? So that is why I was talking about that. And I think we need this to enhance efficiency, improve coordination. We have talked about this. Harmonize, we've talked about this. SOPs, we've talked about it. Training is what we said now is a crucial thing in the house now. That is why we called people from all institutions of learning so that we can discuss about our national curriculum, continuous professional development, and the certification framework. These are the frameworks that we are talking about. That is how we shall standardize. Then we need to have, people have talked about what happens when Gen Z come in Parliament, when there is chaos, how are you going to operate? Can we have in our place a standardized interagency collaboration policy? How can we carry joint operations with the police, with the military? When Gen Z military came in, how are we supposed to marry and work together? I remember I was insulted by one police officer during the attacks. When the Gen Zs broke, I was actually next to the mausoleum. And I noticed, of course, I'm a security officer. I can handle a gun, maybe even better than the person who was insulting me. So I realized they had a decoy. Most of the Gen Zs were concentrated on the mausoleum side. But where the breach actually happened and the burning came from was from the other end of Continental. They came to the KDF quarters. They lit the mattresses inside there and the seats for the KDF officers who guard the mausoleum. So I was telling this officer, he was firing, of course, in the air to scare the children. So he had trained his gun on that side. And I told him, hey, officer, there is no problem that side. Look at that side. Please trail your gun on that side. Throw tear gas on that side. That is where they are breaching. You can be, usinifunze kazi yangu. Talk hapa. So were we coordinating? Were we making the same effort? Or he has his effort and I have mine? So we need to have joint operations planning, then integrate decisions, and of course technology. These are obvious things. Major Majiba will be talking about access controls, and then we can try and standardize everywhere. A data-driven decision, we'll be talking about data. Which is this data? Data is things that we know have happened and can rehappen again. So we use those statistics and do what is supposed to be done. We have said we can benchmark against international practices. I had listed a few, but before then, we need to audit areas. What are we standardizing? Because we must know where we have a problem. So we need to carry out an audit. Audit, which is very easy because tuko na mtandao. Tukisema Homa Bay, uko na officers wangapi? Kisumu, uko na ngapi? 13. Nani mwingine? Uko na ngapi Samburu? Nairobi? 23. So we know our capacity. So doing this is very easy. So we look at the infrastructure, policies, and coordination systems. So we can benchmark with these first world countries. The roles of sergeant at arms are very clear. Those who have been to the UK, very clear. And the position, like Lekulo said, it is elective. Uko kwao ni nyumba ina discuss. You don't just get an appointment. The house stops every other business. And they now say, we are selecting the sergeant at arms of the house. It is a matter of the house, just like the clerk. So those strong traditions and discipline is what we want to borrow. We can go to Canada, we can go to Australia, where they have all those kind of technology integration and everything. So lessons for Kenya is that we need to professionalize, we need to train, Kanohanda talked about training every other time, and it must be continuous. And then we enhance technology, and then after the audit we do what? Where is Amina? Sorry, from Isiolo. Does this one answer you? You said, what shall we do with the way forward? We cannot implement fully at a go. We have a short term, what we can do within a short term, and then we do a medium term kind of thing, and then we do the longer full whole training and implementation. So those are the expected outcomes. We need to have efficiency, enhance security, and all those other things. We mitigate all these risks. I think you're reading with me. I don't need to. And in conclusion, would say that the framework is a strategic reform that we need to take. It is essential, of course, for any democracy. And we need to transform Sergeant Assam into a modern, professional, national, coherent outfit that safeguards Kenya's democracy. And I rest my case. Kama kuna maswali, ikuje. But we shall talk in details tukikuwa in-house wakati ya hiyo maneno ingine.
Let's appreciate Major Mubito once again. Okay, let me invite our panelist, Major Sorobit, to give his insights.
Mjambo tena. Allow me to engage you from this end. I think you now know the roadmap. We are from somewhere. We know where we are coming from. When we must define our destiny. And our destiny is to create a doctrine. Unajua doctrine ni nini? Lazima tuanzishe mila. Si mumeambiwa what it is. So that doctrine must be structured within the functions of Sergeant at Arms. But it must align to three things. It must align to the national interest. What is your role in the bigger interest of the first arm of government, the seat of sovereign power? Then the institutional interest. Then the functional interest. So the moment we align those, things are good. But there is a challenge in creating synergy. Because we are children of one father but different mothers. So one mother cooks food differently, the other one just boils food. So we must make sure we align to one recipe. And that is a framework that allows us to be professional. And professional is not in the name. It is in the practices. It is creating a citizen-centric approach to what we do. And there is a challenge that we've been asked to face now, that the public trust is being eroded by how we behave in the workplace. We have the security first mindset. We have to move that into a facilitator mindset, but create a balance so that there must be rights and obligations, as informed yesterday by Speaker Emeritus, to allow the functional privileges of a legislator to function. And that's the basics. So the standardization should have started yesterday. We've been in this for too long. We've talked about it from 2019. There is no talk anymore. So I ask of us, and I'll tell you this is the scariest one. There is professional apartheid. It is being eroded in national parliament. it is ever present in the county assembly. If we don't shape up, we will be shipped out. Who wants to be shipped out? Who wants to be shipped out? Not me. But if you are pretending to behave the same way and you don't want to board the ship, we will force you. Why do we do this? I mean, why do we do this? Ask yourself, why do we do this? Why do we want to create a standard? You've been told all the good things about that. It is because of the kind of institution we work for. We work for the sovereign. And there's nothing else as good as that. Because everybody looks at the legislative arm of government for direction, for their well-being, for their existence. The soul of the republic is in our hands. And then we pretend we just have to work like that. Apana. I'll say this again. The soul of the republic is in our hands. Thank you.
Okay, let's have Major Masinde.
Thank you. I will speak on 4 points. I'll buttress on what my chief Sorobit has just mentioned on the development of a national operational framework that outlines the issues related to security, protocol, and administrative and ceremonial functions. I also speak to the conducting a regular trainings between the counties and the national parliament. If we have regular trainings that have similar topical issues, then this will be one of the way forwards that will move us to the next generation of sergeant-at-arms. But all this will not come without pain. And this is where now the rubber meets the road. Because each county makes its own budgets. Each county has got their own capabilities in terms of finances. You've seen the numbers he just mentioned. Ngubito just mentioned, asked Nairobi have 23. You'll find Kisumu have 11 or 13. But now it comes to when you want to standardize, for example, the uniforms that they mentioned. What will happen is that there'll have to be a change in the particular uniform you're having right now. And some counties may not have these particular uniforms, and because it's a costly, is a matter of funds. So we'll need the roping up of the clerks of the county assemblies to come in to accept the particular standardized uniform that we have proposed. So moving forward, we need basically 4 subcommittees which shall form as we leave this place. The first one is on the operationalization of our SOPs, standard operation procedures. All counties, you'll provide those ones. We'll have a subcommittee, maybe 4 or 5 persons drawn from the different counties and ourselves in the national parliament, that is the Senate and the National Assembly, and then we standardize our operation procedures, SOPs. We create one, and then we develop it, and we have it published. Publication will make it now a document that can be used. From the SOPs now being developed, we now move to having training. Our training structure has to be clear. Our recruitment of sergeant-at-arms must be clear. You'll find in some counties we have got sergeant-at-arms who have totally no paramilitary training. How do you handle such? So the CS has given an olive branch for us to ride on, that he can sponsor the training of those sergeant-at-arms. But why don't we just get the recruitment right from the beginning? Why don't you have it in your standing orders or the schemes of service? Why don't you have it in your schemes of service from the beginning, that for anybody to join as a sergeant-at-arm or an assistant sergeant-at-arm in the county assembly or in the national assembly, you have a particular qualifications for this particular person to come into becoming a sergeant at arms. If you allow any Tom, Dick, and Harry to come in, then we shall just become the same Tom, Dick, and Harry persons, and anybody can be brought from anywhere and is placed in, and he puts on uniform, and he becomes a sergeant at arms. Putting on uniform does not make you a sergeant at arms. First of all, it comes from the training and qualifications. So your training and qualification must be at least similar. And that's why we say minimum, the discipline services. You must have been a paramilitary training from any of the discipline services. That is the standard. And if you don't have that as a standard, moving forward, we shall not move and get to the level which we are foreseeing to go to. Lastly, let us establish a centralized database for sharing best practices. We have our think tank right now. We have our association, which is now our main think tank. But let us now have a database of all these best practices and procedures that are being used between in Parliament, and also those that are being used in the counties and worldwide, from the different experiences that we've got when we go out of the countries, like the UK, the House of Commons, or the US. Then let us also conduct the regular audit that has been mentioned by Ngubitu. We say that we'll start by the audit. We go through all counties. Each county gives us a sample of their uniforms, and then we go through the uniforms, and we start from there. That is from the first committee that will do the one for uniforms after doing the audit. Secondly, we go to the SOPs. We go to all counties, and you give us your SOPs. Tell us how you do your stuff. How you sometimes have to come. You can come and have a sitting without a mess. I think I had something like that, but I don't think there is anything like that. Can you have a sitting without a mess? Is that a sitting, or is a kamkunji? What do you call that? It's a kamkunji. A sitting without a mess is a what? Is a kamkunji, or a committee what? Meeting, or a committee meeting. So it cannot be a sitting of the house. So we standardize such operations, operational procedures, and this will now move us forward to publish this documentation. After publishing them, then now we'll move forward to now having what the Cabinet Secretary has promised us. He wants to move us now to that next level, which is being mentioned, and that's what we shall discuss at the way forward when we are concluding this. Let me stop for here. Let me stop now for this time. Thank you.
The Chief Sergeant at Arms, Narok County.
Good afternoon, my colleagues. You know, when I saw my name appearing among us, the decorated officers who are before me today, we have Major Sorobit here. I really got a little bit scared. Nevertheless, I am here today. And again, I don't know why they decided that I will be the last one. What is it that is left to talk about? So, thank you, my colleagues. Dear colleagues, it's a privilege for me to stand before you today. We must accept to be led. Remember, our colleagues, we have had a lot of resistance over time. Even when the idea of our society of sergeant at arms came up, resistance came from within. And so many of us were very reluctant to join the society, including even some of the chief sergeant at arms of our county assemblies, which is a very unfortunate situation. We must also accept the fact that we are facing serious structural and capacity challenges within our institution. And only the National Parliament can provide a leading role in this. So my colleagues, we must applaud our colleagues from the National Parliament for organizing such an event, provide a way forward towards a unified sergeant at arms function, as we call it, future-proofing of our legislative support function. My colleagues, our society will become a tool, members of sergeant at arms to be members of this society. We must have specific skills. And we must come with an academic principle And if you were keen throughout the presentations earlier, you realize that there is a clear roadmap towards achieving this particular aspect. We look at the collaboration that is being proposed between CPST and the National Defense University. This one is a big step towards achieving whatever we've been yearning for. I don't want to spend a lot of time because my seniors have really talked about everything that we needed to talk about. When we talk about standardized operations, it simply means or serves to improve our efficiency and the quality of our processes within our institution. It serves to provide uniformity in our processes and consistency in our operations. So we need to have consistency in the way we do things, so that if you visit Narok, you will find the same procedures, the same processes that you do in your county assemblies. My dear colleagues, we will also begin to look at the uniformity in other aspects. We need a uniformity even in the uniform. I think this aspect has been discussed widely. Most of our county assemblies have a problem here with the kind of insignia that we are adorning. So only the National Parliament can guide us on this so that we have something uniform. We also talk about uniformity in our job description so that we use consistent templates, titles, and competencies during promotions, so that you don't find a chief sergeant at arm in another county is at job group N. There is another one at job group R, who is a director. We cannot be said to be on the same level. So we need to agree on all this. There must also be a uniformity in our trainings, which again will be dealt with through the collaboration between the CPST and other academic institutions. My dear colleagues, allow me to end there. I know our sugar levels are high. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, we now come to the end of our presentation, and I believe we are in agreement that we need to standardize our operations as soon as possible. There are those operations that will not require, they do not have financial implications. Allow me to share a living example, a personal example in a minute. 8 years ago, I found myself in a particular county, named with Eld. I got, they had their session, so I decided, let me visit the assembly. So when I went there, my first observation, the bell rang for over 20 minutes. No procession, no nothing. So I think the speaker was not even around. There was no one to stand in. The session was beginning at around 3:45. I was so shocked. I had to step outside. I had an headache, to be honest. So I looked for the sergeant at arm who was there. We exchanged contacts. I tried to give him the basics. But of course, in one day, there is nothing much I could share. So I briefed him, and he kept reaching out. Every other time they had a sitting, Rose, tell me what do we need to do, nini, nini. So I don't know, when we have afternoon sessions in counties, what time do they commence? 2:30. I don't think there's any day the Senate and the National Assembly has ever been late, unless it's an unusual thing that is in the public domain. So I believe we need to create a unified operational framework especially in trainings. And maybe in that way we will reach to have I remember there's a colleague who mentioned that they don't have clear reporting structures. But when everything else is standardized, I think it will be very easy to implement some of these things. We also need consistency in security protocols. And solutions have been offered. And especially in trainings, we got an idea about the legislative fund. I remember someone shared that they don't have a budget, but I believe when we have that fund, it will be very easy to coordinate trainings and have an identity. We've been wondering, when you say you're a sergeant at arms, you can't even explain yourself beyond that point. So the proposals are a big win for the future of the sergeant at arms. So Wapambe, let's secure our spaces and let's empower our future. Thank you for listening. And kindly stand. We appreciate our team. Demo, we'll clap 3 times, and then we 3 times. Mara tatu, eh? Let's go. Asante.
Thank you. How many minutes for lunch? We do 40, but hata nilikuwa nimesahau. I come from Meru na nimeona chief wa Meru wako pale. Uniform yake inakuanga hata na red collar. Can we let us do 45 minutes and then we can Majiba and Nis, yes, he has come. Please mount your presentation.
And then we go for Samaki.
These are your people. Come and meet them. The 2 of them. Iko lost and found bank, power bank hapa. 45 minutes. 45 minutes.